It will be more.
Merhabalar herkese.
Good morning. Welcome to our second day of the conference on minority rights in the Centennial of the Republic. You're all very welcome. This is going to be a hybrid conference, so we also have participants and panelists joining us via Zoom. Throughout the conference, there will be English and Turkish simultaneous interpretation available. And if you wish to follow interpretation, you can pick up your headsets from the foyer to follow interpretation. Today, lunch will be served downstairs, as well as our coffee breaks will take place downstairs. So, with that, let's get started with our first panel of the day. Good morning. I hope you can all hear me clearly. A warm welcome. And thank you very much for actually joining us today. We don't have a very good weather in Istanbul today. The title of our session is Cultural Heritage, Memory and Property. My name is Ayfer Bartucan'dan. I'll be the chair of this panel session. In this panel, we will have 4 panelists. Some panelists will deliver their presentations in English, some others will present in Turkish, but I will do the introduction in Turkish. Our first speaker will be Melis Cankara. She's an architect and architectural historian. She conducts her studies as an independent researcher in Izmir. She worked as an architect in various offices. Her studies focus on Crete, Smyrna, migration, population exchange between Greece and Turkey, spatial continuity, migration, 20th century architecture, and design archives. So her research lies at the intersection of those different disciplines. And she's also one of the contributor of Manifold magazine, and she's currently on the editorial board of Manifold, a magazine that we all follow very closely. Her title of paper today is Snapshots from Smyrna, Urla Peninsula, Reusing the Abundant Properties of the Greek Orthodox Community. Over to you. Thank you very much for this introduction, and I'd like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation for organizing this conference, as well as all supporters of this conference. I'm very proud to be here with you today. I'll do my best. I'm quite excited, I have to say. So this project is supported by, this research is supported by Home Across, funded as part of European Research Council. The project is still going on. It's a collaboration between Izmir and Athens Calliope is the one that manages the project. So with the signing of the Treaty of Lausanne, signed between Turkey and Greece, the population had to leave behind a significant amount of building stock. And according to the terms of the agreement, these properties were traded for one another based on their economic values. And although the manner in which the exchange occurred, its legal dimension and the difficulties encountered by the exchanges has not been addressed by many studies. But there is also the issue of special effects which also deserve our attention. Therefore, this research deals with how this building stock was transformed, especially with a particular focus on the Urla Peninsula in Smyrna. And the research derives mostly from the archives of the Turkish present archives, state archives, as well as the Asia Minor Studies Center in Athens, and also my field work in 21-23. So Urla had a population of 30,000 people in 1906, according to Iatridis. And out of this, 5,000 were Muslims, there were a few dozen Armenians, and 5 to 6,000 of them held Greek citizenship. And Greeks and Muslims lived in two separate neighborhoods. And there were also offices of dried grape seeds. They were mostly located on Zafer Street, which was a major street, and on that street were the buildings belonged to the Constantinidis family. Here on this screen, you can see the Urla Peninsula and the street, Zafer Street, marked. So these three buildings belong to Constantinidis family. They were one of the leading grape merchants from Urla. They were also known as Efendiler or Efendioğlu. Their names were Nikolakis and Stelinakis. And of course, after the exchange of population, these buildings changed hands due to the Treaty of Lausanne. So the users changed and owners changed, and this change also affected the spatial aspects of most buildings. So these are some more visuals. According to the documents in the state archives of the presidency, we can examine a case filed against the Republican People's Party CHP in 1941. So this is the case. The owner of this three-story building in the middle, after the population exchange, Salih Özelmas. He was one of the Florina exchangees. I'm very sorry, I'm quite excited. I'm reading out all very fast. I'll try to slow down. So, according to this document, the single-story building on the far left is the Urla Community Center. This is a community center that belonged to the Republican People's Party. And after Constantinidis family left Urla, the ownership of this building passed to state treasury. And also for a short period, it was also used as Zabitan dormitory or an army house. So half of the cost of the building was covered by the party budget and the other half was covered by the support of Hüseyin Avni Başkar, the former chairman of CHP. Community centers or people houses of CHP, they were first established in 1932. They were among the important activities of the single party period. And according to Kemal Karpat, the community centers served both for cultural and political purposes. So, according to Karpat, the political aim of these centers was to instill Turkish nationalism and republicanism in rural areas. So, in these centers, there were music, theater, sports activities, Turkish literacy courses, as well as carpentry, masonry, and photography courses. There were gardens, balconies, libraries, and theater halls. According to Gürallar, these buildings were centrally located. That's why they are considered among the symbols of the nation state. So here you see the plan as well as the renovation layout. We can see that the building could be uh, maintained as original. It used to have a symmetric layout. And on my left, there's this layout with the red mark. So this is a significant intervention through renovation. So they added additional units. I believe they have not ultimately moved forward with this renovation because it had because they had budget constraints, and I also want to believe that as an architect, the architects would not really apply it. And later in 1944, there is an extension to the building that was used as a whole stage and dressing rooms. So the plan proposed in 1944 was implemented with some amendments. And according to a report prepared by architect Cavit Tamkam, an additional building was added. The section next to the newly built hall was converted into a buffet. Unfortunately, the use of this building as a theater did not last long because as the Democratic Party came to power in 1946 and with the transition to multi-party regime, it also brought the end of community centers. And all their properties were transferred to state treasury. Here we should remember Necati Cumalı, who is a Florina exchanger himself. He's a prominent writer. So together with Necati Cumalı as well as Besim Uysal and architect Sedef Tunça, in their works, they very often talked about this Urla Community Center. We also see that from the records of Ministry of Health and Social Assistance that this place was also used as a local clinic, and later it was transferred from the Ministry of Health to Ministry of Culture and Tourism in 2007, and it was ultimately restored in 2018 to 2020, and it was opened as Urla District Public Library. And this is yet another example, Güzelbahçe in Kilizman village. So its name was changed to Güzelbahçe. According to Nikos Milioris, the source of the Christian population in the region between the end of the 18th century and the first quarter of the 19th century, those people were migrating from Naxos and Paros Islands, as well as from Çeşme Peninsula. So here you see the upper and lower neighborhoods, and there are 3 villages. So the lower neighborhood is where Muslims lived. Rooms or Greek Orthodox, they initially lived here along with Muslims, but as their population increased, they built the Çelebi district, the present-day Çelebi district. And according to Yatridis, Kilizman has a Greek Orthodox population of 450 people, with a church and a school. And then there is Agios Dimitrios Church in the center of the settlement, which was built in the 19th century. Let me show you some photos so that it will give you a better idea. So these are some photos from the Muslim neighborhood and the Greek neighborhood, and you can see their transformation. And then Agios Dimitrios Church was built in the 19th century based on a news article in the newspaper Nea Smyrni. Miliori states that the church was built in 1855. And actually, he also tells about two stories about the construction of the church. According to one account, Muslims demolished the church walls, which the Greeks would build during the day, and they would do it every night. But one night when Muslims arrive to the Greek neighborhood, they see that the church was surrounded by very thick stone walls. And then there is a second narrative, and Saint Dimitros, who appeared in a Muslim's dream, told them to stop destroying the church, and after a while, Muslims stopped preventing the construction of the church. Here on this slide, you see some other visuals. Engin Berber and Serhan Kemal Saygı clearly state the location of the land of the church, where the church was located, but they cannot actually tell if the church could survive to the present day. And here you see a photo of the church from 1952. And after the exchange of population, the ownership of this land belonging to the church was passed to a family from Crete. Here you see the ruins of the fountain. I could easily figure out that those were the stone walls. I was so lucky to enter into this site through the garden wall, and I quickly photographed what I've seen. Here, as you see, as the plaster comes off, you can see the thick stone walls. So they still stand today. Everyone I actually met in Güzelbahçe said that there was a church here, so they knew that there was a church here on this site, but no one really commented on why and how it was demolished. So this is used today as a warehouse for a filtration factory. Its roof covering has been replaced. Its wooden bell tower demolished. Window openings closed and exteriors plastered. So these are some rooms for the priests and the teachers, but they were again demolished. But this is the fountain that still stands today. And in a map dating to 1925, we understand that this area is actually within the garden walls of the church. So this is the layout. And there is a cemetery right here. As a matter of fact, all these maps show us the traces of the buildings that could either survive or not survive from the Greeks. And this is a third example, Seferi Hisar. And according to Mihail Notara, and by quoting Mihail Notara, Kontaras states that there were 10,000 inhabitants of the town in 1921, and they, according to Kontaras, more than 2,000 of them were Greek Orthodox and the rest were Muslims, and they used to live together. And there was a square that divided, or rather united, these two separate neighborhoods. This is yet another map that I prepared myself during the field work. So these areas marked in blue, this is where Greek Orthodox were predominantly living, and the rest, mostly the lower neighborhood or lower district, was where Muslims lived. And here there are talks about or references to Taxiarchis Church, and I could easily locate this Taxiarchis Church thanks to the interviews made by Center for Asia Minor Studies. According to Manoli Kolia, the large Greek churches in Ildırı and Izmir usually have 3 naves, but Taxiarchis Church does not have 3 naves. And according to Molindri, Taxiarchis is a modest church, and there is a dome with colorful sea stones on the floor. It's also possible to see some pebbles. There was a very high bell tower made of marble with 3 bells, and the podiumas, by the way, were furnished by masters from Chios Islands. And there were also a 2-story house. That's where a priest and his family lived. My uncle Fotis Bardaksi showed me the church plot 2 or 3 times. When I first went to Seferihisar in 1984, there was nothing there. There were just a few piles of stones. Sometimes they would be planting tomatoes. Sometimes it would be an empty field, according to the narration of one of the families who used to live there. So the bell tower at some point was used by the firefighting department, but later on it got disappeared after being exhibited in Seferihisar municipality. I couldn't find any recent traces of the church as part of my research. So, as for conclusion, instead of drawing conclusions, I would like to actually pose some questions here. Today, I try to offer you as many different examples as possible. The first one is located in Urla, which had a significant Greek population, and that was a residential building, and it was also an example of civil architecture that was under protection decision of the Cultural Heritage Preservation Board. So this building belonged to a respected and wealthy family before 1922. And after the exchange of population, it was used as a public building. And the building has undergone a special transformation. And we know that Zafer Street was also transformed after the exchange of population. If you remember the importance of the wealthy Greeks who did trade business of grapes, this will help us to better understand the local population. But when we think of the 2 other examples, we see that one of them has been forgotten in silence, and the other example only remains in the narratives. We cannot really see the bell tower or podium stones on the floor, but we can only try to imagine or reconstruct them. Because population exchange sharply disrupted the relationship between the user and these buildings, and undoubtedly we need more data and information to better understand the impact of this transformation. So these examples I presented you today, of course, they changed hands due to the Treaty of Lausanne based on their economic value. But at this conjuncture, perhaps we should redefine the term ownership, and perhaps we should review our distance from this concept, or we should question who actually owned the public spaces, or the bazaar areas where people would encounter and do trade with one another? Who was the owner of all these public spaces? Can we explain all these special transformations with the concept of property? And how can we address the special consequences of population exchange after 100 years? And who all these consequences affect? Only those who left? Only newcomers who replace them? Or everyone? All of us, we should really refine the meaning of the concept of property in this narrative, in my honest opinion. And thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much, Melis. Yesterday, we had a very rich, enlightening presentations already, and of course this is quite inspiring because on the one hand there is an oral history, but on the other hand you're also trying to keep traces of the build-up environment. And our next panelist is Özge Kurban. She received her bachelor's degree in architecture from Mimar Sinan Fine Arts University, and her thesis was titled Rural Heritage in Excluded Geographies from Ahkis to Çevrecik, a village of Bitlis. So in this study, she looks into an old Armenian village in eastern Anatolia inhabited by Kurds after 1915. This study was both a documentation of the vernacular architecture of the settlement, but it also offers a critique of the discourse of the Turkish house in architectural historiography. She also visited Armenia and its villages as part of her research with the Hrant Dink Foundation Turkey-Armenia Travel Grant. Currently, she is doing her PhD in architectural history at İSTEK, and she will tell us about rural heritage of Armenians through collective memory, a case study in Hizan, Bitlis.
Açıldı mı? Tamam. Merhaba herkese. Bir saniye.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to pick up from where Melis has left, and I'm going to look at rural areas, and I will also examine the archives. And I am presenting this work for the first time at Hrant Dink Foundation, and this is quite meaningful. I prepared it in English, so I'm going to switch back to English.
Through collective memory in Hizan, Bitlis. And I will tell you the story of a village among many others in the region before 1915. And the topic I will present to you today emerged from the interviews I conducted in the field. The term cultural heritage recently refers to a broader scope, including places having meanings in collective memory, and sites of memory come into existence as plazas, monuments, and buildings with symbolic values, which are generally more visible in urban sites. On the other hand, places of memory in rural areas are less explicit, and noticing these traces requires more than a physical observation. The case of my study is an old Armenian village and its territory, which is inhabited by Kurds today. And I relied heavily on oral history because there were limited written sources about the village. And throughout the interviews, I aimed to understand how the village's built environment have changed and how cultural practices have transformed the space. And I was particularly interested in the pre-1915 dwellings and hoped to find traces related to that period in the village's houses and churches. However, the interviews revealed that these traces are not only conveyed by visible and existing spaces, but also in the village's natural landscape, stories, and expressions. First of all, I would like to introduce this remote village briefly to you. Ahkis is located near the Bitlis-1 boundary, south of Lake Van in eastern Anatolia, and it is officially part of the Hizan district and quite close to the Tatvan and Yavaş districts. The village used to belong to the municipality of Kolludere, a belde, namely town, of Hizan between 1994 and 2014. And several other villages around Ahkis were also part of Kolludere town. Among these villages, Heshet, Begri, and Arpens are located closer to Ahkis. These three villages have a mutual cemetery in between them. And among these villages, Begri and Arpens were inhabited by Armenians before 1915, and Heshet was inhabited by Kurds at that time as well. The territory is a mountainous landscape with main water courses forming deep valleys and smaller valleys formed by their tributaries. Villages are located along these valleys. Some are named after the watercourse or vice versa. And because of its location and difficult roads, Ahkis is located in an isolated territory. It is not on the main routes of the region, and in short, it is not a place to pass nearby accidentally. There weren't any signboards on the road to the village when I was writing my thesis. And now Kolludere has a signboard, even if it's not directly for Ahkis. It was a surprise to see this signboard during my visit in last summer. Unfortunately, the names on the signboards were not commonly used by the locals, but were given by the state. Nonetheless, we can exclude Kolludere because this name, which covers many villages, is still used in everyday language. Besides being part of Kolludere, Ahkis is the oldest known name of the village, which the locals are still calling. The territory in general is called Geliye Ahkis, namely the Valley of Ahkis in Kurdish. Kevorkian and Paputyan refer to the village as Ahkis or Yekis in Armenians in the Ottoman Empire on the eve of 1915, and the name of the village also appears as Ahkis in the Ottoman archives. In official sources of the present day, its name is Çevrecik or sometimes Ikistaş. The names of the villages in the valley have been subject to Turkification of place names in common with the other parts of the country. Armenians were a significant community in the Ottoman Empire, and many parts of the eastern provinces were populated by large numbers of Armenian people. However, with the deportations and massacres of 1915, the Armenian population was systematically exterminated and their presence in the region was eradicated. Kevorkian and Paputyan referred to Ahkis as part of Veringargar, a sub-district of Hizan, before 1915. There were 56 dwellings and 400 Armenian people were living in the village, according to the population census of the Armenian Patriarchate between 1913 and 1915. Also, it had 2 churches and 1 school. One of the churches still stands, and the other's existence is controversial. I will address this later in the presentation, and I didn't observe any trace of the mentioned school during the field survey. The gravestones in various parts of the village tells us how far back the history of the village goes. The oldest gravestone is dated 1451, which is now used as a stair step of a house. There are also gravestones from various centuries between the 16th and 20th centuries with inscriptions in Armenian. The narratives of the interviewees about the period of the Armenian genocide I collected were second-hand stories. According to the interviews, the existence of Armenians died out after the tragic events in 1915, and with the ferman, namely edict of the government, Armenians of this region become kafle. They were dragged on a journey which they did not know where it would end. Firstly, adult males were gone. Soon afterward, rest of the Armenians, children, women, and elders were evacuated from the region in groups by Ottoman soldiers and Kurdish militia under their command. Ahkis was evacuated, and houses and other buildings, partially or completely, were made unusable. Between 1925 and 1935, a few families from the neighboring villages Os and Kunduz migrated to Ahkis. For the first few years, nobody entered their houses or barns in case they would come back. However, they were convinced after some time and started to appropriate their properties. They settled the houses inherited from Armenians. Fast-forwarding history a bit, it is notable that the Kurds who settled in the village faced a new situation of forced displacement due to the conflict in the region almost 70 years after, and some of the houses were once again made unusable as they were burned by governmental forces in the 1990s, when forced migration of villagers happened in eastern and southeastern Turkey. Between 1994 and 2000, there was a significant decline in the village's population, and a substantial part of the villagers migrated to Bağcılar in Istanbul. In the 2000s, some of the villagers returned to Akis. Since then, new houses in reinforced concrete started to be constructed. The silhouette of the village changed a lot since then. In most conversations, people call Akis Little Bağcılar because of its new appearance. In this part, I will present different types of traces referring to the pre-1915 period in the territory, and some of them could be noticed through physical observation, and some could only be discerned with the guidance of the narratives. I try to trace Armenians' heritage not only in Akis but also in its territory, and try to include the churches and houses in my research which I could access in the valley. I visited 10 villages and came across 12 churches, at least their ruins. These churches have similar architectural characteristics. They are all small-scale worship places, usually smaller than the houses. These small buildings, or at least their ruins, still stand as concrete evidence of the Armenians in the region, and most churches are used as haylofts. These are the photos of the churches I visited in the territory. This is the church in Akis. One of the villagers is the owner of the church, and it was registered by one Board of Protection of Cultural Property in 2015. And even though it is not a very well preserved building, being used as a hayloft enabled the church to survive. And besides the church, there is a place called Hığutyun among the locals. Hığutyun is the ground floor of a house at the center of the settlement. And in the villagers' narratives, they refer to Hığutyun as the gathering place of the Armenian community, where meetings and weddings were being held. It is 3.5 meters in height, unlike the other houses in the village, and consists of a rectangular space that seems like an ordinary village house from the outside. But it has a protruding niche-like space on the east side, and there are two small niches on the north wall of the apse-like part, and there is also a niche and stone with a cross on the west side of the apse platform. This place is a subject of further research, but the apse-like space makes us think it was a church and partially survived. On the other hand, this place evokes the special worship spaces of Armenian village life before 1914 as part of inhabited or ruined houses referred to by Matosyan and Villa. These places can be in an inhabited house, which is believed to be auspicious, or an abandoned one, which is ancestral. And newlyweds used to come to these places, wish for a happy house after the ceremony in the church. And the similarity of the name Hığutyun with Jamotun, a part of Armenian churches, is also striking and worthy of further research. Another type of building recalling Armenians is the houses. When viewed from the opposite side, the houses of Akis look like one integrated structure. The village is located on a hill with a steep slope, rising 80 meters from south to north. The settlement pattern, especially the old settlement, consists of juxtaposed dwelling units. Some interviewees attributed the fact that the houses were built so close to each other to the Armenians' need to live next to each other because they felt threatened. Almost all interviewees stated that most of the houses were built on the remains of Armenians' houses. They described the ground floors of their houses with the words, built by Armenians. One of the villagers mentions a shelter-like place under his house as follows. Armenians who built this building used to store their food here to use in difficult times and hid here in special cases when they needed to be hidden. It had no stairs. It was entered through a round hole. When it first appeared, there was wheat and oil in it, and after a while our family filled it with earth because it was not being used. Rural areas have various localities associated with some events, stories, or cultural practices by the local people. These places cannot be recognized without the help of the narratives. Kışla is that kind of place that has origins in the pre-1915 period. Kışla means barracks in Kurdish. and interviewees referred to it as a military purpose building from the times of Armenians. One of the villagers mentions this place while narrating about the period that he listened to from ancestors as follows. In those days, the Ottoman guardhouse was in the village. There were 10 soldiers and their commander. The guardhouse at first was in the village of Ahkis. There was an incident and some of the soldiers died. The commander of the guardhouse said that if the guardhouse were in a high place, he would have seen and intervened. Then he decided to move the guardhouse to the place called Kışla. Kışla refers to a large area in the current state where this building is thought to be located, and it is also the place where the Kurds settled when they first came to Ahkis from the closed villages in the 1920s. Today there still exist the ruins of these houses, and Armenians also used to have barns and haylofts in that area before 1915. One of the villagers makes an analogy between Armenians and themselves while explaining this. When our people came from Kunduz, they settled there, Kışla. We built a house on this side, but later we turned it into a hayloft. It was not comfortable to live because it was damp. Our people settled there and then move on as long as they found opportunities. Like the Armenians, we used them as barns and haylofts. Another place related to Armenians is the area of the old cemetery, which is removed after the 1960s by villagers for building houses on it. Today, the place of the cemetery looks like part of the settlement. There are no visible traces. And in their narratives during the interviews, the villagers were unhappy with this. They were ashamed of this situation and stated it was ignorance and disrespecting Armenians. While saying that his father built his house on the Armenians' bones, one of the villagers was sorry and stated that it was not right to do this. He said there were no Armenian houses above one of the family's houses. Over time, they destroyed the Armenian cemetery by constructing houses, kadins, meaning hayloft, and goose, barn, on it in time. The church was private property and has not been damaged. It is the property of one of the villagers' grandfather. They used it as a kadin and put their straw there. Otherwise, it would also be destroyed and disappear. The previous examples at least left some physical traces behind them. Unlike the cemetery and Kışla, the place called Ashegulu, meaning Gulu's mill, has no remains, yet it is remembered as well as the other places of memory. In Ahkis, life is embodied around production processes, which are the means of existence of the village, and until recently, most of the products were being used by the villagers. According to the interviews, until the 1990s, wheat and other types of grain were being grown in the fields, and flour was being produced in a common flour mill. There used to be another mill mentioned in the locals' narratives. Ashegulu is the place of that flour mill, which belonged to an Armenian woman called Gulu. Gulu was known for her beauty and diligence. Gulu's mill was located on the pathway from Heshet village to Arpens. The place of Ashegulu is known by most of the locals in common with Kışla. The name of the place refers to a wider area, and it is frequently used in daily life as many fields belong to the villagers around it. There is also a spring near the place where villagers especially to go to get water. Sadly, Gulu's story ends with her getting tragically murdered in 1915. Not only some locations and buildings, but also natural elements recall the Armenian inhabitants of the village. There are two big rocks where the slope is getting steeper in the upper parts of the settlement. These rocks refer to an imaginary boundary between the old Armenian settlement and the old Armenian cemetery that no longer exists, now occupied by houses. The lower part of the imaginary line that passes beyond these rocks was the place of Armenians' houses in the narratives of the interviewees. I also came across the gravestones removed from the cemetery as a step of stair as part of a main wall, or sometimes as a stone forming the eaves of a roof. They were used as construction material for the houses after they were removed. Besides, I also encountered a villager who kept one of them as a valuable ancient object. On my third visit to Ahkis, I learned that some of the trees were referred to by locals as from the times of Armenians. These are walnut, pear, and apricot trees in general. Today, husbandry and agricultural activities are still an essential source of livelihood in the village. And walnut is a quite valuable product, and until 10 years ago, it was used for exchange to get other foodstuff or non-food needs. Pears and apricots are dried with other fruits and vegetables on the earth roofs of the houses in the fall. As part of their daily life practices, the villagers were more closely connected with the past of the trees and showed me the places of the old trees one by one. So rural heritage sites present narratives of history through their cultural landscape, and as rural areas do not have an extensive coverage in written sources in most cases, oral history studies come into prominence to fill the gaps of historical background. They are significant to reveal the neglected heritage of the non-hegemonic groups. In a world of nation-states where heritage serves to reinforce national identities and suppress the identity of minorities or less powerful groups, these narratives become much more significant in revealing the silenced past of the voiceless geographies. I would like to conclude my presentation with an anecdote from Ahkis. One of the days I was doing field work, I came across a group of soldiers from the Gendarmerie Station Command. When I told one of them, who I later learned was the commander of the station, that I was doing research on the village, he said, "What are you researching about these stones? They are just stones, stones everywhere." In this presentation, I tried to convey a micro-narrative of the past through stones, trees, and stories, showing us a stone is not only a stone, contrary to what commander said. And although Hacho the painter from Arpens, Gulizar from Horotis, Naze from Tasu are no longer alive, they continue to live with their names inscribed on the stones you see in these photographs. They should be read as signs of a destroyed culture from the past to the present. Thank you.
Teşekkürler.
Thank you very much, Özge Kurban. This was really interesting. Anyone who has done field work appreciates how difficult this is, how challenging all of this work is. That is why we would like to thank you very much for this account. Next up, we have Ümit Kılınç, who completed his degree in 1999 in Turkey. In 2003, completed his postgrad in France, and between 2008 and 2012, he served at the European Court of Human Rights as a specialist. Right after his post at the European Court of Human Rights between 2012 and 2013, he taught at Hığutyun University in France, and since 2003, he has been a registered lawyer at Strasbourg Bar Association, and at the same time, he teaches at Strasbourg University School of Law. He teaches, continues to teach in that capacity, and he will be talking about the unsatisfactory position of the European Court on the restitution of property belonging to religious minorities in Turkey. So unsatisfactory, is in parentheses. So let's hear what he means by that. Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank the Hrant Foundation for extending an invitation to us. Yesterday, we were in Hakkari, we were in Antakya, and today we were in Izmir, and we talked about Hizan as well. And I'm going to take you to Strasbourg now, which is much less interesting, but and also I haven't done any field work, but I have some knowledge about case law, and I will deliver this in Turkish. They asked me whether I would do it in Turkish or Kurdish. I said Turkish or English, and I said, why not Kurdish? But that wasn't possible. So here's me doing this in Turkish. Well, this is highly legal, this particular topic, and And I wish I had prepared a PowerPoint presentation, but us lawyers, we like to talk, and we don't really like to show people's slides, so I'm just here to talk, basically. Now, about religious minorities, about their property, when there are legal conflicts, this falls within the realm of many different disciplines, such as civil code and administrative law, international law, and also, individual applications, and constitutional law as well, now that individual applications are possible in Turkey. And this doesn't pertain to Turkish law only, but also Ottoman law, because at the end of the day, when we talk about properties of minorities in Turkey, we also need to go back to the Ottoman days. So we shouldn't be knowledgeable about the Turkish law, but also the Ottoman law and the millet system. We need to be knowledgeable about these, and that is why, when there is a conflict about an immovable belonging to the Jews in Turkey, one of our academic friends, he gave a talk entitled "From the Ottoman Empire to Strasbourg," and it makes sense, really. During the Republic, obviously, the Lausanne Treaty was used to regulate affairs when it comes to the minorities. And yes, we had detailed accounts yesterday about the Lausanne Treaty, and also we have the law on foundations, and there were many cases brought to the European Court of Human Rights. And as far as I can see, these immovables, confiscation of these immovables, these properties, are actually based on the 36th Declaration most of the time. That's also something that you see along the way. When it comes to the properties of minorities, never ever did we have a satisfactory stance from the Turkish judiciary, and many writers and authors, people interested in doctrine, talk about three eras within the Republican period. That is, you have the period from Lausanne till 74, and this first period is actually a period where Turkey adhered to the Lausanne Treaty when it comes to the properties of the minorities. And in 74, as you know, the Court of Cassation made a judgment, and that was quite a watershed moment. It was in line with the Cyprus issue, and after 74, in a systematic fashion, minorities' properties were confiscated. And between 74 and year 2000, I think this was the most awful period. And then little by little, in line with the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights and Turkey's EU accession bid, there was an improvement, albeit up to a certain extent, and this is what we call the third period. Yesterday we talked about this, and probably it was Baskın Orhan who talked about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which doesn't directly protect minorities' rights. You don't find a direct clause to do that in the Universal Declaration, but in that declaration, together with certain rights, minority rights are established, such as right to property, right to ownership, or Article 9, right to faith, religion, and right to private life, family life. Within these rights, obviously, minority rights can be protected. And as for properties of the minorities, protocol number 1 applies, which regulates right to ownership. When we look at the text, you see two paragraphs. The first paragraph is actually only 2 sentences, and the second paragraph is 1 sentence. And according to the European Court of Human Rights, every sentence corresponds to a norm. And the first sentence, in general, talks about respect to right to ownership. This is established as a norm. And the second sentence of the first paragraph is about exemption of this right, or people being precluded from enjoying this right. and the second paragraph is about regulation of right to ownership. And when it comes to properties of the minorities, and when it comes to court cases about these, either the first norm or the second norm is taken into account. Let's say you have an immovable property, you have a title deed, you have an official document, and then the second norm will apply. You cannot be precluded from enjoying that right. And if you do not have an official document, if your case is based on expert reports or witness testimonies, then these conflicts are dealt with within the first norm respect to right to ownership. Now, my presentation will be focusing on what European Court of Human Rights thinks about this and says about this. Actually, the European Court, the court, has a very positive stance about this. And first of all, I will tell you how the court makes a judgment of a violation, under what conditions. The court says that there's a violation of the convention, and after this is sort of ascertained, what's the next step? Restitution or compensation or renewal of the judicial process. Basically, this is what I'm going to be focusing on right now. Now, in terms of compatibility with the convention, the court has a three-tier approach. First of all, you look at whether the intervention was regulated by law, and if it is regulated by law, then you move on to the second step, which is whether there's a public good in the intervention of the to the right to ownership. If there's a public good, then you move on to the third step, which is proportionality, whether there was proportionality in the intervention that was introduced. And when it comes to properties that belong to the minorities, actually, suitability with law, with legislation, proves problematic most of the time, and proportionality, scrutiny of proportionality, also proves problematic most of the time, especially when it comes to the predictability of legislation. I mean, the first principal judgment was based on the case brought by the Fener Greek Boys High School in 58. The foundation's property was confiscated, and then this was registered under the treasury, and the 36th declaration was used as a pretext to do that. And the court, and also what is worse, in 74, there was a constitutional court judgment as well, and the court looked at this under the second norm, exemption from enjoying right to ownership. And the second norm is very important, because if there is such an exemption, then a certain fee should be paid, and in the absence of that, automatically what happens is it is a breach of the first article. And here, suitability scrutiny revealed that legislation was not predictable because the foundation, in 52, 58, their properties were confiscated, and the Court of First Instance and Court of Cassation base their decisions on a judgment that was taken in 74. So obviously, the foundation could not have known about the 74 decision back in the 50s, and we can see the same thing in other judgments. Bozcaada Tenedos church, a church located there, brought a case to the court, and again the court said that this was not acceptable, not predictable. The court said that the applicant provided enough witness reports, and that the there was a violation. Now, the 36th declaration we see quite often in these court cases, and this declaration interprets this, the court interprets this in favor of the applicants, i.e., minority foundations. In certain court cases, the declaration was used in this way, and sometimes the fact that there was no notification was also seen as a proof that the applicant was the owner. Yedi Kapı Surp Pırgiç Hospital Foundation, Samatya Surp Kavak Armenian School and Hospital. In all these court cases, we see this happening. In these cases, 36 declaration. In addition to that declaration, of course, 74 Court of Cassation is also seen. I don't know if you have read that decision, but it is quite fascistic in its nature, in its approach of the matter. Now, very recently, there was a court case that pertained to Jews in Turkey. Again, the court said that the Jewish minority, about the confiscation of their goods, there was this judgment of the European Court of Human Rights and the court actually looked into the millet system in the Ottoman Empire. The applicant was the chief rabbi's office in Izmir, since 1605, the chief rabbinate had that property. Said the court, it was first used as a synagogue, and then it was used as a lodging for the chief rabbi, and then as an administrative building. Now here, national courts implemented legislation on foundations, and again, 36th declaration was used as a foundation, and the court said that the applicant is not a foundation, and as such, law on foundations could not be applied to them. And the 36th declaration, yes, the applicant didn't really said that they were the owner of the immovable. The absence of this doesn't really mean much, but there is a violation of the right to ownership, the court said. In other court cases, suitability, rather than doing suitability inspection, the court looked at the principle of proportionality, and especially in the Fener Greek patriarchate case, we see this. The applicant, the patriarchate, purchased a property in 1902, and that immovable, with the decree of the Sultan, it was registered at that time, and then this was given, bequeathed to the Princupo orphanage, which was then seen as defunct, and then this was sort of confiscated by the Director General on foundations, and this is what was taken to court. The court of first instance, in this case, said that the applicant could not be the owner, and the property is to be managed by the Director General of Foundations and registered under them, said the court of first instance in Turkey, whereas the Court of Human Rights recognized the ownership rights of the applicant, and that they said that there was a Sultan's decree on this, and the confiscation of this property should be seen under the second norm, and because there is no fees paid, this is sort of a violation of right to ownership. In certain court cases, again, within the framework of scrutiny for proportionality, again, the Court of Human Rights made decisions. They looked at legal assurances. These are laid down by the first paragraph of Article 6 of the Convention. But recently, we see that these procedural assurances are also seen within the first article of the first protocol. These are applied to the first article of the first protocol. Yes, a great example, Arnavutköy Taxiaris Greek Orthodox Church's court case. Here, this property is registered under an imaginary person. These minority foundations could not register these properties under their name. They would do it under, clergymen's names or a third person's name. And here there was an imaginary person, but the immovable is or was a church, and it was used for liturgical purposes. And then this immovable became a meadows, and it was registered under the state. And the court here said that the applicant could not benefit from procedural assurances based on two reasons. The first of which was as follows. There was an imaginary person, and this was registered under their name, and despite that, there were some problems in the procedure. It was as if the owner was lost, or there was a declaration of absence, and but that was not the case. That's why procedural assurances were not provided, says the court. And very interestingly, this immovable was mentioned within the 36th declaration, but that the judge did not take this into account. And this was also criticized by the European Court of Human Rights, and that is why it was decided that the applicant did not enjoy these privileges. The Mor Gabriel Monastery Foundation, that they also took a case to the court, and there is a graveyard in question that belonged to the Syriac minority. There was the applicant said that it was part of a plot of land, but this was never scrutinized by the court of first instance, and the court criticized this, and they said that statute of limitations cannot be applied. So again, the court said that procedural assurances could not be enjoyed by the applicant. So the second part, because I only have 2 minutes, let's say there's a violation judgment, what's going to happen? Restitution or compensation or retrial. And actually, we see all of these three options in these cases. Sometimes the judgment is a restitution. Only in exceptional cases, though. We see this in the Fanar Greek Patriarchate case. And as for compensation in Article 41, we see some clauses. Article 41 of the Convention, which talks about compensations. And if the immovable is to be given back, then that can also be decided by the court. And sometimes it offers alternatives. It says to the state, either give back the immovable in 3 months. If not, the applicant needs to be paid this much. And that also, that was also seen in the Fener Greek Boys High School case, and Yedikule Sırp Pırkiç Armenian Hospital case, and Samatya Foundation, Greek Foundation, Armenian Foundation cases as well. So what does the government do? That depends. As for Fener Greek case, certain compensatory amount was paid. In Bozcaada, there were 2 cases, and certain applicants, their property was restituted, some paid compensation. Why these alternatives? Because the court looks at suitability with the convention, and the rest, if there's a violation, then there needs to be redress, and the redress is to be decided by the state. So only in exceptional cases do you see restitution. Otherwise, execution is left to the state, and there are all these different options, like I indicated. In certain cases, For instance, the Izmir case, Midyat Mor Gabriel Monastery case, and retrial was actually outlined, and the Izmir Jewish chief rabbinate, they opted for a retrial. Anyway, all of these judgments, are these satisfactory for minorities? No, by no means are they satisfactory. Yes, these judgments may look positive, but they pertain to a very small number of immovables compared to the inventory of these conflicted immovables. I mean, we're talking about a handful of immovables or property, and there are so many cases that are not brought to the European Court of Human Rights, so many immovables that are not brought to the court. But in terms of legal technique, if you know about the convention system, I think you can tell that judgments of the court are really satisfactory, because it says that it is in contravention with the convention to confiscate these, and the 36th declaration is interpreted in favor of the applicants entirely, and under certain special circumstances, the immovables are actually to be restituted, the court says. Thank you so much. This has been a bit fast, but I thank you for your attention.
Çok teşekkürler Ümit Kılınç.
Thank you very much. Now, the final talk of this panel, Miray Çakıroğlu. She is a PhD student at Stanford University, Department of Anthropology, and prior to that, she studied at Boğaziçi University. She studied languages and philosophy there, and then Hığutyun Center in New York. She did Near East studies, and she completed her postgrad there, and right now she's doing a field work on properties of non-Muslims in Turkey, and she looks not just at legal considerations, but socio-political considerations as well. And she has 2 poetry books under her name as well. Yes, she's a poet as well. So I just wanted to add that. And today she's going to be talking about, I mean, it's something to be proud of, I think, to be a poet, right? To be a published poet at that. Anyway, she's going to be talking about temporality of non-Muslim property in Turkey, Istanbul, and the Antakya region. You have the floor. Hello, and thank you. Yes, as was indicated yesterday, it's great to be in the same panel with your professors. Ayfer is, or was, one of my professors at Boğaziçi University, so I'd like to thank her. Now, Ümit, I didn't know Ümit would be talking about this topic. I think this has been a great segue into my presentation, because what I'm about to tell you about the social political realm is going to be quite critical. In 20 minutes, of course, we cannot, go into everything. So I'm happy that he gave you this primer about things from a legal point of view. I'm delighted to be taking the floor after him, and I'm going to be doing this in English as well. Let me now switch to English.
Thank you for being here, and it's a delight and honor for me to be here as well. As we toured the 23 5-side of memory at the beginning of the conference on Thursday, I felt fortunate to spend the evening at Sebat Apartmanı, finding others to work through grief together. What I will do today is share some of my thoughts along the way of ongoing research on non-Muslim property, conceiving it not only as a historical, but also an ethnographic object. I set out to explore the ownership and started thinking about the social and cultural articulations of non-Muslim property in contemporary Istanbul. From the outset, I would like to assert that the issue of non-Muslim property in Turkey is commonly perceived as an issue of the legal domain. And I would like to go one step further to suggest, if I may, that Part of the solution, perhaps, lies with taking properties outside of it. At the heart of the issue, it seems to me, is an understanding and presupposition about temporality and its ramifications. The temporality of what is called, very much like a shorthand, the issue of properties, and what is, as one might argue, the anchor point of the very presence of minority communities in post-imperial Turkey. I will talk about how I perceive the two as closely connected and how practically this link seems to be left out of the discussion, while ownership of non-Muslim property is confined to an overly legalized semantic space, legible only to a few and traceable by even fewer people. I will talk about its bearing on the meaning of demand and how it can or cannot be operationalized. In doing this, I'm drawing from my ongoing field study, which initially started in Istanbul and turned gradually to the Antakya region. From the legal perspective, property is a scene of confiscation and relatedly claim and return, branching out to acquisition, endowment, and registry as we move back in time. The central claim of my research and the motivation for its undertaking is that an issue that we attribute to a historical moment, frozen in time, the temporality of the transition from an empire to a nation-state, is as contemporary as any other issue that occupies the political agenda today. And one can map the field with its actors, sites, and debates. Namely, it can be studied ethnographically. Rather than moving to an abstract discussion about property from here, I want to point out that this discussion also permeates the contemporary political space. Rather than moving to an abstract discussion about property from here, I want to point out that this discussion also permeates the contemporary political space more than it might appear at first sight. And I would like to evoke the debate of making amends, helalleşme, which dominated the opposition rhetoric of the latest elections of May 2023. Discussions and concerns about properties or their absence from the public view concretely correspond to this rhetoric. The issue of non-Muslim property did come up during the election campaigns. The Justice and Development Party's candidates and current parliamentarian Sevan Sıvacıoğlu referred to it as the status of our schools. George Aslan, the candidate and now a parliamentarian of the People's Equality and Democracy Party, pointed out he would work for the return of the properties. Looking at the discourse of making amends itself obliges us to have a historical outlook when thinking about our collective future. However, despite many discussions about the denotation and the capacity of making amends as a political discourse, it has never been used with reference to non-Muslim property. We are likely to list the dark milestones in one breath: the exchange of populations, the pogrom, the exile. These historical events keep taking new lives, and memory practices remain an invaluable resource for the present. But at the same time, approaching critical historical events from the vantage point of memory inevitably creates a past and a today which is at some distance from it. This year marks the Centennial of the Republic. It also marks the centenary of the population exchange. Non-Muslim populations constituted the Republic's root others. The issues inherited from the milieu of the transition, if they seem to be moved out of the political, they are certainly consolidated in other aspects of our social life. Thus, to understand the political itself, we need to understand what it has been folded into. It may not present itself in overt discourses or practices, yet the past finds other channels of existence. Therefore, I would like to understand the present and future of a problem that has been predominantly viewed in the light of a concern of the past. It's an overarching issue that connects the compartments of Republican history. I focus here only on preliminary insights and discuss the themes that have come up in my conversations with the Rum community in Istanbul and the Arab Orthodox community in Antakya. Let us raise the following question. What are some of the available conceptual tools to discuss non-Muslim rights in Turkey in the centenary of nation-state? Many historical works recently revisited primary sources to look at critical historical events that resulted in non-Muslim decline in our country demographically. One of the main takeaways in these works is that dispossession is not a one-way relationship between the state and its citizens. The processes that shape the world as we know it diffuse from multiple centers. Also, people have addressed the less visible aspects of imperial formations and underlined the continuation of the legacy of state of emergency in other forms. Despite these, the issue of abandoned properties is still commonly limited to a period between the Empire and the Republic. This is commonly treated as an exclusively historical subject, and I'm venturing to suggest non-Muslim property as abandoned property, envali metruke, runs in contemporary Turkey in the problems faced by non-Muslim foundations. The ownership of immovable properties by institutions established in the imperial context and redefined through legislation in the foundational milieu. I must mention some works on foundation properties that sought ways to incorporate the social lives of confiscated property alongside the legal lives they have taken in Republican history. Şehbaz Şenyurt's documentary, Residual Citizens, closely focused on such lives outside the courtrooms. The director turns our camera to foundations, outlining the hard-to-comprehend story of losing an apartment building endowed to a foundation through a will, when the legislation overruled possession through endowment and resettled the terms of ownership retrospectively. Hrant Dink Foundation's 2012 study is another example in this vein. The project produced a comprehensive inventory of the seized immovable assets of Armenian foundations in Istanbul, taking advocate Diran Bakar's archive as their starting point. The documentation project and the resulting book need to be considered within its sense of a new horizon. I must note, however, that these works also takes place within their context, a temporality of law that corresponds to preparation to contribute to a reform or a commentary on it. One of my own entry points was browsing the newspapers. I had the impression that people most closely connected to the issue of properties have the task of mastering the knowledge of the past to point out inconsistencies and violations. They need to trace the context where terms emerge, analyze the milestones where the meanings change, and follow any recent developments. When following the history of legal regulation throughout decades, one may notice that one regulation does not build up to another. In fact, an addition might undo what has already been accomplished with the previous legislation. It leads me to think that there is a perpetual need for the social actors of non-Muslim property to have one foot in the past. The community must remain in the past. Engaging with the work of fixing and ascertaining the central concern keeps slipping away. If we go back to another moment from the recent past, some commentators on the protests around Gezi Park voiced that even if Gezi Park remains a park, so long as it is not restored to being an Armenian cemetery, so long as all properties are not returned, justice is not done. They have argued that restorative justice should not be bound to a negative claim. There is a side to the issue of non-Muslim properties that goes beyond the constitutional frame as well. That is to say, demand must also mean something other than a protest, a legal case, or a parliamentary question here. As one lawyer responded to my naive inquiry, there is nothing to be done legally if a property changed hands multiple times. This is a very restricted space to approach an issue that traverses the imperial past and the post-imperial present. Still, the Gezi Park entailed a demand to the right of the city. It had its own claims, its people that were organized around the claim, and contentious politics, no matter how differently its scope was conceived. When it comes to non-Muslim property, the reaction I primarily receive has been, but there is not an active seizure of property, is there? And with that, people fall silently momentarily to ponder whether they can think of any recent news. My point is that the properties issue must be conceived more widely to trace its connections, both in the past, in the law of abundant properties, and our post-imperial present. Dispossession, in this case, entails not only a seizure of property in the strict sense, but a gradual decrease in shared spaces that sustain non-Muslim community life, as well as the lingering fears about their loss and decline. What remains beyond the legal then? What does what might be called a sociopolitical domain of properties consist of? Several things arise when we look at the social fabric surrounding the issue. I have focused explicitly on the room population. It might sound arbitrary to you, but the reason for the decision was as follows. The image of a room Istanbul is a powerful one, and yet the remaining room community in Istanbul is meager. One of the first things that was explicitly clear to me was the demography problem. It was among the first things I heard during my exchanges in Istanbul, and I have imagined it viscerally, a handful of people and the weight of the historical full of the term of roomness. When I started having conversations, I noticed that some things were predominantly spoken about. And I do not mean that it's an active erasure or calculated censure about the scope of the voiceable. Whatever the question is, what is told, what is taken down from the shelf, certain things were abundantly spoken about. In this case, the opposite of talking is not being silent, but it is what the things that are talked about correspond to. It's as if all answers start with a preface, and one must be able to read the signposts. Trying to speak overly carefully, calculating where the words will go, and bringing the subject to what they want to express. Things that can be openly expressed in many areas are a taboo in this conversation. Studies that focus on foundations deem it necessary to start with an introduction to the Ottoman Vakf. Conversely, historians who attend to abundant properties point out further links to follow in foundation properties. Despite this, foundation properties are largely viewed as separate from the legacy of abundant properties. One of my ethnographic questions has also been whether members of the two communities themselves draw any parallels between abandoned property laws and non-Muslim property today, and the response was predominantly negative. They do not see any links themselves. The disastrous February earthquakes turned me toward the earthquake region, but even before the earthquake, the relations between the two communities were noticeable. By then, I was already following Nehna, a civil initiative focusing on the larger Antakya region, but especially the Arab Orthodox. Thus, I was aware of the changing social dynamics affected by the increasing Arab Orthodox population in Istanbul's room spaces when the earthquake hit southeastern Turkey. After the earthquake, the platform played a key role by forming a link between their online followers and their constituents on site. I closely followed the events in Istanbul and have seen the room spaces transformed by hosting events in solidarity with or to benefit the Antakya community. I then followed the platform from Istanbul to Iskenderun. Are the Arab Orthodox an integral part of the room community? Some view it as the latest phase of migration, actively contributing to the community in Istanbul. There is also the view that those who come for university or seek jobs are outside of the traditional networks, not necessarily encountering the room community in Istanbul. Room in Turkey, Arab in Istanbul, Turkos in Greece, and as one points out, or as Hığutyun puts it, the minority within a minority. In the Antakya region, there seems to be no debate among the Arab Orthodox themselves on whether they will call themselves Rum. According to one of my respondents, they used to speak Greek in the distant past. There is the transitivity in how he talks about how they adopted Greek before, then Arabic, and now predominantly Turkish as the liturgical language. I dwell on the issue of Rum identity because this conversation ties directly into any dispossession. The discussion follows a trajectory that starts with property and ends with subjectivity. Who are we and who constitutes the community? And who are we that were and are dispossessed? A Nehna panel at the Evvel Temmuz festival last summer in Samandağ revealed an intriguing double bind. Emrecan Dağlıoğlu, one of the speakers at this conference yesterday, put it in terms of a paradox of identity. By that, he referred to the impossible position of not helping, but being a part of the community as it is, a sort of reproduction, while objecting to an essentialist identity. Someone in the audience echoed it with a question: should we go back to the community despite all? They spoke from the positionality of the Arab Orthodox, answering questions to an Arab Alevi host audience about why they couldn't host the panel in the church as they planned it, and speaking to the larger context of Antakyalılık in the post-disaster state of emergency. During conversations with the Orthodox community in Antakya, my questions were largely perceived around Turkish politics. The response was, we have no problems and we enjoy all our freedoms here. And yes, there were problems, but things changed after 2008. For those familiar with the chronology of the regulations of the Foundations Law, the comment will echo the reforms regarding the real estate ownership of foundations gaining momentum at that time with the EU accession. Especially notable is how available to memory the legal reform and its transformative capacity are, despite the limitations of improvement raised at the time by different actors. Beneath the surface of a conversation, however, is another layer where nuanced expression becomes accessible. As I sit down to talk with an Arab Orthodox extended family from Iskenderun, one of my hosts says, "Let me tell you a story." My mind goes to Adriana Cavarero, a philosopher who centers subjectivity upon narration and talks about a narratable self. Telling someone a story is not the same thing as calling them a name. By telling a story, my interlocutors spare themselves calling this possession a name. And this is how the story goes. Quote, "That was when we did not have the right to acquire property. Our priest needed a house. We want to buy him a house. Our point of contact said it should not be a problem, but let us call Ankara just in case. When he called back, he had turned as red as a beetroot. I asked what had happened. He said, as far as he knew, there were no obstacles to their request, but verbally, it was just not permitted. I then asked him, why don't you send us all to Greece already? I would like to end by suggesting demand can be understood in a much more extensive way. I invite that we question what we talk about when discussing non-Muslim property. From there, we might address whether a more comprehensive understanding of property can be articulated. Another point I would like to raise, can non-Muslim property inform the anthropological understanding of empire and post-empire? How does the post-imperial past continue to animate the present social and cultural formations? I started this talk by questioning why making amends could encompass a broader view instead of seeing it in the rule of the current regime. Last week at Tütün Deposu, I could catch the glimpse of a comprehensive exhibition on the military coup on its final day. The statement they chose as the headline was, "The past is today," is very suggestive. I think that the issue of properties, past and present, does not stand very far from many other issues about human rights that we discuss in our country today. I want to end my talk by reminding you that my research is ongoing, and I will welcome any questions and comments in the QA later during the day, or you can reach me through email. And thank you very much for listening.
Teşekkürler. Sanırım soru cevap için biraz vakit.
Thank you very much to our panelists. I believe we will have some time for questions for a Q&A session.
Ermeniler, Rumlar, Yahudiler ve Türklerin dükkanları çarşıda yan yana bulunurdu. Kimilerine göre Babil Kulesi'ndeki kadar çok dil konuşulur, farklı kokular, görüntüler, sesler birbirine karışırdı.
Kurtuluş'ta arsamız vardı. O meydan vardı. Orada bütün oynardık. Saha vurduk, voleybol oynadık, basket oynadık.
Ermeniler, Rumlar, Yahudiler ve Türklerin dükkanları çarşıda yan yana bulunurdu. Kimilerine göre Babil Kulesi'ndeki kadar çok dil konuşulur, farklı kokular, görüntüler, sesler birbirine karışırdı.
Kurtuluş'ta arsamız vardı. O meydan vardı. Orada bütün oynardık. Saha vurduk, voleybol oynadık, basket oynadık.
Ermeniler, Rumlar, Yahudiler ve Türklerin dükkanları çarşıda yan yana bulunurdu. Kimilerine göre Babil Kulesi'ndeki kadar çok dil konuşulur, farklı kokular, görüntüler, sesler birbirine karışırdı.
Kurtuluş'ta arsamız vardı. O meydan vardı. Orada bütün oynardık. Sah vurduk, voleybol oynadık, basket oynadık.
Panel 6 başlamak üzere.
Panel 6 is about to start.
Merhaba, hoş geldiniz.
Welcome. This is the sixth panel of this great conference. Welcome. I would also like to thank Hrant Dink Foundation for holding such a great conference and for inviting me as a moderator. And there are many other reasons for us to thank Hrant Dink Foundation. Great works are created and produced. We are all very grateful. And the light that Hrant Dink held is still carried forward, and it is something that really puts a light in front of us in such dark times, I believe. Human Rights Academy is part of this conference, and I believe that the foundation deserves another mention for this. And this is a very sensitive topic that Turkish academia is unable to study. In terms of these reasons, Minority Rights Academy will inspire Turkish academic world, I believe. And the conference is also quite important because this is the centennial year of the Republic, because we are talking about a time period that shouldn't be celebrated but rather remembered, I believe. And those who do not really consent to celebrating Republic in its current state. I think this is a conference for those people like us, and this conference also makes us remember the following. Every official celebration would mean an unofficial mourning, and every conference would also mean solidarity, and we've seen many declarations and papers that have emphasized that. In this panel, we are going to talk about identity, belonging, and exclusion, and we will be hearing speeches on these areas. We have three panelists, Hülya Deli Hüseyinoğlu, Hırak Papazyan, and Cem Reyna are with us. I will introduce them, and I will give the floor to them. I will start with Hülya Deli Hüseyinoğlu. She's an independent scholar focusing on the currents of the Armenian educational field. She has a PhD from Boğaziçi University's Atatürk Institute for Modern Turkish History. Her research highlighted in her dissertation titled Armenian Schools in Contemporary Turkey, Governmentality, Community Resilience, examines the nuanced complexities of governance and resilience within Armenian schools, with a dedicated academic journey, including an MA in Conflict Analysis and Resolution from Sabancı University and a BA in Political Science and International Relations from Boğaziçi University. She brings a novel perspective to analyze Armenian cultural sustainability in contemporary Turkey. Deli Hüseyinoğlu's paper is on governing Armenian schools through ambiguity, and she also has participated in international conferences like Northwestern University's Cayman Modern Turkish Studies article workshop. Her practical experience in various civil society organizations underscores her versatility in the field. Currently living in Chicago, she continues her scholarly dedication to addressing contemporary challenges and current predicaments faced by Armenian citizens in Turkey. And Governing Armenian Schools Through Ambiguity is the title of her speech. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank all the contributors to Hrant Dink Foundation. I'm also one of the former employees of this foundation, and the fact that I'm coming back again is great. And I will also share my presentation with you. In order to make sure that people are more comfortable, I prepared my speech in Turkish, but my slides will be in English. So, governing of Armenian schools with ambiguity, this is how I translated it, because we're talking about the transformation of global economic systems, and governance mentality is also changing. And this also makes us look at the legal framework of minority schools, Armenian schools, how they are managed. And we need to bring up this question again in terms of minority rights. And this is the Centennial year of Lausanne, and minority rights are being discussed right now, and it's quite a very timely and relevant event for us. Armenian schools and understanding its present will require us to look at a wider perspective and frame, but I will have a narrow look right now. I will see the legal practices around the governance of Armenian schools. So Armenian schools in Turkey have a very deep-rooted history, but Turkey is unable to come to terms with its past, and Armenian schools and other elements of natural cultural heritage always remained behind a curtain of invisibility. The widespread narrative and denial habitus, as Talin Sujian has put it, obscures the past and present visibility of Armenian school and social life. This causes the Armenian educational and intellectual heritage to be seen as a folkloric richness or an exotic element, disconnected from its historical and political context. However, uh, However, there were many monk teachers who traveled and moved within the borders of the empire back in the history. And in the 15th centuries, it actually started as religious education. In the 18th century, the curriculum system and school structuring began with the addition of courses such as math, geography, and law, as well as religious education. And Selim III introduced a reform in education, and we see that education practices have become institutionalized. And in the 19th century, there were Armenian intellectuals who were influenced by the intellectual movements that started in Europe in the 19th century. They went to Europe to receive education, modernized and secularized the institution of the Armenian society, accelerated modern education with the Armenian Renaissance they initiated. The number of Armenian schools is increasing rapidly, especially after the reform period of the Ottoman Empire. So Kevorkian and Pabuchian also states that by the beginning of the 20th century, there were approximately 3,000 Armenian Apostolic, Catholic, and Protestant schools. This is only an estimate, and we're talking about 3,000 students, according to Kevorkian and Pabuchian. However, the destruction brought about by the massacres and genocide at the end of the 19th and the beginning of 20th centuries irreversibly paralyzed Armenian cultural and intellectual life. Schools and cultural centers become obvious targets of looting and extortion. Schools are closed, abandoned, and eventually their buildings and school materials are seized by the state for use. And the number of minority schools continue to drop in the Republic as well. Currently, we have only 16 schools out of these 3,000 schools back in the past. And this research is based on these 16 schools that we have now in Turkey. And almost all of the schools that are subject of the research were established in the Ottoman Empire from the beginning of the 18th century, and they continue their organizational structure. They maintain their organizational structure, so they are still managed and governed by the foundation that established it, and they are fully integrated into the education system, centrally managed by the Ministry of National Education, but they are governed and subject to the oversight of the ministry. And Armenian language, literature can be added to their curriculum, but they are responsible for following the curriculum prepared by the center. For these added courses, they need to prepare a curriculum compatible with the Turkish language of these courses. According to the law, they are bound by, and they have the status of private schools, and they are called private schools, but they are not for-profit organizations. Expenses of the school are covered by income of foundations, real estate, if any, or they also receive donations from parents and philanthropists. And according to the law, only Armenian students who are Turkish citizens can enroll in those schools. And there are 2,800 students enrolled in this education period, ranging from kindergarten to the 12th grade. And this is the list of schools with information on years of establishment and education levels. So among these 16 schools, 2 schools provide education only at high school level, 3 schools from kindergarten to high school, 11 schools from kindergarten to secondary schools level, and all 3 schools provide education as boarding schools. And this is the distribution of schools in Istanbul, and red stands for an Armenian school. And going back to the research, well, this research focuses on the following question. In post-genocide Turkey, how are Armenian schools and their daily practices governed by a nation-state that defines itself through Turkish Islamic values? So in another sense, the research examines the transformation of the governance mentality, specifically in Armenian schools. The methodology of the research is based on interview-based ethnography, which I started in November 2018 and completed in December 2019. Ethnographic research includes attending classes as a spectator, observer, participating in school events as an observer, conversations with teachers in teachers' rooms and between classes. I also had one-on-one or group interviews with administrators and students. And to complete the picture, I also held meetings with parents, graduates, foundation board members, journalists, and lawyers on the subject. And the research is based on interviews with more than 120 people, although its duration and format vary. And in order to eliminate material errors, I examined the mentioned laws, regulations, correspondence between public institutions, and other relevant legal documents. And I wanted to provide further details. That's why I used newspapers, columns, and schools' websites. While Armenian schools or minority schools, the limited literature on these analyzes schools with reference to an oppressive state that rigorously controls their operation and acts as a coherent decision-making system. In my conversations with the participants during the fieldwork, we often talked about how Armenian schools experience this understanding of dominant power. For example, as a result of state-centered curriculum development and textbook production, textbooks distributed to schools by the Ministry of National Education in Turkey serve as one of the most important tools in the promotion of Turkish nationalism. As a general policy, as in other schools, it doesn't allow books published outside Turkey to be used in minority schools. However, this also means preventing the use of newly produced Armenian resources for Armenian schools that have access to limited resources. The ministry appoints a Turkish assistant principals to each school from the center. And until recently, these deputy principals or assistant principals served as the sole authority in signing all official documents in schools and maintaining relations with the ministry. While teachers work on a contractual basis in schools, unlike teachers, Turkish language and literature, history, geography, and social studies teachers, known as Turkish culture course teachers, are appointed by the ministry through a central system, and their salaries are paid by the ministry, unlike their colleagues. Until recently, it was mandatory for schools to obtain permission for every activity, theater performance, or demonstration held in schools, and to send the Turkish translations of these events to Istanbul Directorate of National Education. And Turkish translations were expected. As I said, only Turkish Armenians or Armenians who are Turkish citizens can enroll in schools, and the ministry managed this process. And the authority to decide and certify students' eligibility for registration belonged to the Ministry of National Education. In practice, this meant that the ministry decided whether the students were actually Armenian. And Armenian history cannot be included in the curriculum. It cannot be instructed as part of the curriculum. So there are many other examples that I can cite, but I would like to talk about the EU harmonization process, the reform package that was introduced in 2003. Before this, there was a legal obstacle for minority foundations to acquire real estate. This was one of the obstacles to the predictable financing of schools. As I mentioned, some provisions of these of the legal framework have changed. However, some practices have become obsolete over time. In addition, in the last decade or in the past 15 years, there has been a time period during which we witnessed exceptional gestures made by the ministry. Well, for example, practices such as the ability of school principals to express their preferences in the appointment process of Turkish culture teachers. For example, the addition of Armenian religion questions in the central examination system, allocation of a share to minority schools from the funds given to encourage private school students can be also mentioned here. And we cannot explain the existence of these practices with the studies in the literature that see the state as an institution that inspects minority schools and makes consistent calculations. In the new socioeconomic context, the relationship between the state and schools does not operate so directly.
So this pattern, a similar pattern, is actually seen in cultural foundations and organizations of the Armenian community. Ohannes Kılıç actually talked about this ambiguity through the patriarchate itself. And in this research, I demonstrate that there's a lot of precariousness and ambiguity when it comes to the schools, and these are protected by or maintained by the state so as to create a maneuver area when administering these schools. And also, here's what I mean. The Lausanne Treaty is not recognized by domestic legislation, and the patriarchate elections or foundations reveal how problematic this is when we look at them. And also, we see that there is no local legislation or directive, and the administration of these schools is quite irregular, is quite chaotic, and there's a lot of impromptu solutions brought forward, and that means that schools are left to the arbitrary practices of public authorities. And when it comes to reference documents, there is no document for minority schools. So ministry people, even they do not necessarily know how these processes are to be managed, and they do not know what the requirements are, and so on and so forth. And they are different than private schools and foreign schools, but they are still subjected to the same directive. So when it comes to financial audit or tax regimes, they're expected to fulfill certain standards that private schools are expected to fulfill. Now, obviously, and also there is no umbrella organization within the ministry. The Patriarchate established an education committee this year, but this is not supported by the ministry, and they do not have a legal mandate either. And when it comes to donations and registrations, how to develop an Armenian curriculum, how to train teachers, how to create materials, and how to open up a new Armenian school, I mean, none of this is regulated. All of this is actually quite unregulated. And like I said, there's a lot of ambiguity and a lot of improvisation and a lot of good connections to basically fix things. And contrary to the Lausanne Treaty, these schools are not really protected or do not enjoy a legal status, special status, and they're not really in a position to benefit from state incentives. And there were some reform packages introduced in line with Turkey's EU harmonization process. But again, because of the 74 Court of Cassation judgment, and because of the 36 declaration, and because of a lot of confiscations took place, a lot of schools are in a financial quagmire because they do not have any income. So yes, there is a lot of legal ambiguity, and this is being manipulated, and we see manifestations of this quite extensively across the board. So because of their statuses, they do not have financial sustainability, only they depend on their donations, and that creates a lot of ambiguity as well. All of these examples reveal that ambiguity is used by powers that be as a tool of manipulation. And also you see some of my references. And, the operation of the government is not achieved through stability, but also ambiguity. Intentionally, they implement policies of ambiguity, and the Turkish judicial system is also quite full of ambiguity, and this is used as a means to maintain the status quo, and this is used as a tool by the government, by powers that be. And also, ambiguity is instrumentalized because of certain factors. In order to have a better understanding of these, we need to take a look at socioeconomic dynamics of the day after the 80s. Because of economic neoliberalization, Turkey went through a transformation, and a new public order was brought into existence as a result. Yes, as part of a global process since year 2000s, the education became neoliberal, and students now focus on learning what is lucrative in the world of business, and this has an impact on Armenian schools as well. And most of the time, this means that the education language is not Armenian, and that there's less Armenian classes. So organizational leadership skills are emphasized, extracurricular activities are emphasized, and as much as possible, foreign language education is provided in these schools. And university entrance exams are central in Turkey, so the content of these tests dominate the curriculum, and classes are dedicated to preparing the students for the central university entrance exam. So the state or the Ministry of National Education doesn't really have to keep a close eye on what is going on in these schools, because students, administrators, teachers, they all implement what is expected of them, because this is what conditions necessitate, and at the end of the day, they become favorable citizens of the state. And this transformation, keeping abreast of this transformation, also means that the state doesn't even need to intervene in certain areas. They forego some of the purposes that they adopted when they were founded, like getting rid of Armenian classes and making sure that classes are delivered in Turkish rather than Armenian, so that the students can succeed at the university entrance exam. Now, after the 70s, the state actually did not adopt a predictable method when managing these schools. There's a lack of consistency, there's a lot of ambiguity, and legal ambiguity is favored as a strategy of sovereignty, and this is turned into an instrument, and this is how Armenian schools are administered. And also, neoliberalization has fundamentally changed education all across Turkey, and Armenian schools are no exception. And in order to keep abreast of these changes, schools take certain steps to not fall behind the times. So through ambiguities and also through market dynamics, these schools are reshaped and remolded. And that's why I call the Turkish state the meandering state, because it's a meandering route that the state adopts. There's a lot of strategies, a lot of inconsistencies. New tactics are implemented to manage these schools, and the sovereignty of the state is reproduced continuously. And that's all from my side. Thank you, and apologies if I spoke too fast. Thank you very much, Julia. And of course, this reminded me that also I used to work at the foundation, but with Ohannes, and I think it's one of the publications of the foundation as well, current problems of the Armenian organizations. And we looked at Armenian schools as part of that study, and we reached a similar conclusion with Ohannes. Actually, ambiguity is instrumentalized not just for Armenian schools, but for Armenian foundations, religious institutions, or non-Muslim communities. This is the very strategy that is very much at play. So I'm happy to hear that you reached the same conclusion. But one more thing that needs to be said, maybe we could open this up for debate later on, but the same ambiguity may also be, may ignite a mechanism of resistance. Certain Armenian schools, certain administrators there, if conditions prevail, they use the same ambiguity to do what they like, to offer some alternatives. Maybe we can discuss that later on. Thank you. Yes, now let's move on to the second presentation, and this will be online. Hrant Papazian will be joining us from afar, from Cambridge. Hrant holds a PhD degree from the University of Oxford, where his dissertation about Armenians in contemporary Turkey was awarded the David Parkin Prize in Ethnographic Materials. His research interests include religion, ethnicity, and race, migration, diasporas and citizenship, conflict, politics and activism, and social boundaries and their making, with a regional and thematic focus on Turkey and Armenia. His peer-reviewed articles have appeared in Turkish Studies and Ethnopolitics. He is currently an assistant professor of anthropology at the American University of Armenia. I think he's joining us from Armenia, so not so far away, yes. He has previously been a postdoctoral scholar at UCLA, a visiting professor at CSU Fresno, and a visiting scholar at the University of Cambridge. Hrant Papazian's presentation is entitled From Gavur Armenians to Muslim Armenian Gavuroğlu, Parallel Regimes of Religious and Racial Exclusions in Turkey. So, over to you.
Dr. Uçarlar for the introduction. And many thanks to the Hrant Dink Foundation for organizing this conference and for including me in the list of presenters. Parev, herkese merhabalar. Armenians in the Republic of Turkey have always been officially acknowledged and treated as a religious minority, as one of the country's non-Muslim minorities. The legal basis of this approach is found in the famous Treaty of Lausanne, signed in 1923, between the newly established Republic of Turkey and the Allied forces. In Section 3 of the treaty, titled Protection of Minorities, the term minority is always preceded by the adjective non-Muslim, thus stressing the religious nature of recognized minorities. The non-Muslim minorities were not explicitly named in the treaty, but in practice, the state has always considered the Armenians, Jews, and Greeks as eligible for that status and for the respective quote-unquote minority rights, such as control over their institutions and schools where they are allowed to teach and learn their languages. The law on private educational institutions, for instance, defines minority schools as those established on the part of the Greek, Armenian, and Jewish minorities, thus specifying those recognized as minorities in Lausanne. This religious division between titulary majority, or the nation, and its others, that is the minorities, is on the one hand a legacy of the Ottoman millet system. However, more than being an out of inertia reproduction of a centuries-old approach, the limitation of minority status to non-Muslim groups was also a result of deliberate Turkish rejection of recognizing more than religious, that is, ethno-linguistic or ethno-cultural minorities, during the Lausanne negotiations with the Allies. During one of my visits to the Association of Sivas Armenians and Friends in Istanbul, where I regularly taught Armenian language classes during my fieldwork between 2015 and 2017, a photo of an old identity paper hanging from the wall caught my attention. Given on 5 December 1935, the document mentioned its holder's religion, in Turkish dini, as Ermeni, meaning translatable to Armenian. When I inquired about it, members of the association and the larger community confirmed that many Armenians' religion was designated as Armenian in their legal documents up until a point in the history of the Republic some recalling that there were in practice such mentions even in as late as the 1990s, until the practice was completely changed to mentioning only Christian, Hristiyan in Turkish. In fact, as Fuat Dündar discusses, early state censuses in 1927 and 1935 used the term Ermeni to refer to either religion, in Turkish din, or religious denomination, in Turkish mezheb. As much as these were again an institutional legacy of the Ottoman times, when the Armenian or Ermeni millet was a confessional grouping, they also illustrate how Armenianness or Ermenilik has had a significantly religious connotation in the modern Turkish context as well, including among government officials. Christian Armenians of Turkey thus have always been and today are collectively categorized, legally recognized, and defined as a religious community. I quote, "There is no Armenian community in Turkey. There are the Armenian Apostolic, Armenian Catholic, and Armenian Evangelical communities," explained to me a member of the Religious Council of the Armenian Apostolic Church in Turkey in late 2015. To paraphrase the Archbishop, there is no legally recognized Armenian presence in Turkey except through the religious confessional lens. Like in the case of Jews expected to be Turkish citizens of the Mosaic persuasion, Museviler, rather than ethnic Jews, and I'm citing Bauer here, Armenianness, as seen and defined from above, has had neatly drawn religious boundaries. At the same time, since the early 1920s, despite policies of Turkification directed towards the non-Muslim minoritized groups, the country seen as the Turkey for the Turks perceived the real or main citizens, öz vatandaşlar, to be, I quote, "those who are Muslims of the Hanafi sect and speak Turkish," in the words of a then leading MP Celal Nuri, and Ekmekçioğlu discusses this in her book. Despite their supposed special protection by the Treaty of Lausanne, the non-Muslims were thus relegated to what Ekmekçioğlu calls the status of step citizens, which cost them a series of discriminatory state policies as well as continuous religious violence in the realm of everyday life. Non-Muslims were discriminated against by formal laws banning them from careers in civil bureaucracy and the military, and even from traveling freely in the country during the early decades. Several of my elderly interlocutors recalled hearing job announcements on the radio, ending with the afternote, "Only Muslim citizens can apply." Alongside the other non-Muslims, Armenians were also targeted by more large-scale policies of what Wimmer calls legalized discrimination, such as the military service of the 20 classes, 20 Kura, forced exclusively on the non-Muslims in 1941, and the property tax law or capital tax law, Varlık Vergisi Kanunu, in 1942, levying incredibly high amounts of taxes on the steppe citizens. Armenians' non-Muslim otherness surfaced once again as a directly consequential marker of difference in 1955, when the 6-7 September pogrom, although initially aimed at the Greeks, also targeted the Armenians and the Jews, who saw their shops, religious buildings, and community institutions looted and attacked. In addition to these top-down policies and large-scale events, non-Muslims have been and still are subjected to more subtle yet regular violence, targeting their religious alterity in everyday life. Manifesting primarily in the form of hate speech, usually using the label gavur, a derogatory term meaning infidel, this type of violence regularly circulates through Turkish print, online, or social media, and appears in state representatives or otherwise political figures' public statements. Furthermore, Christian Armenians' religious identity is also subjected to rather indirect violence when their religious shrines and symbols are attacked, vandalized, and desecrated since the early years of the Republic until our very contemporary times. This very brief exposition should suffice for the purposes of this presentation, though elsewhere I dwell upon this for much longer, to argue that Armenians in the Republic of Turkey have been officially categorized, singled out, and excluded based on their non-Muslim alterity, at least on the formal level, and accordingly witnessing religious discrimination and violence throughout the 100 years of the Republic. Now, all this said, one could guess or expect that Armenians who had or were converted to Islam during and after the genocide beginning in 1915 would avoid the predicament of those who remained Christian, hence officially Armenian, as per the definitions set by the Treaty of Lausanne. In fact, those people and their descendants had joined the ranks of the Muslim majority, thus ceasing to be members of the quote-unquote Armenian community or Ermeni Cemaate. As they could not, and their descendants recently coming out as Muslim and Alevi Armenians cannot benefit from the rights and protections supposedly guaranteed for Armenians by the Treaty of Lausanne, such as attending the Armenian community schools in Istanbul, they would similarly not face any anti-Armenian discrimination, violence, and exclusion, one could reason. But despite letting go of Christianity and official Armenianness, quote-unquote, of course, descendants of Islamized Armenians are often not welcomed into the Turkish nation and its Muslim majority either, and are still stigmatized and mistreated as, this time, Armenians by descent, in contrast to Armenians by religion, as in the case of Christian or quote-unquote official Armenians. These phenomena, I argue, shed light on racialized approaches to Armenianness in Turkey. I met Aharon in a cafe at Maltepe in Asian Istanbul. A 71-year-old man, raised as a Muslim Turk, Aharon is a resident of Malatya, a city in eastern Turkey. "I'm Armenian," he said in a low voice, took a paper out of his pocket, unfolded it, and showed me his hand-drawn family tree as proof. He was extremely careful not to be overheard, but the only dangerous, quote-unquote dangerous theme in his whole story was simply his being of Armenian descent and his recent work towards, as he put it, regaining Armenianness. This cautiousness was not unique to Aharon. It was shared by many of my Muslim or Alevi interlocutors, though to differing degrees. It has one main source: their experience of discrimination and harassment as Ermenioğlu Ermenis, Ermeni Dölüs, or Ermeni Picis, respectively meaning Armenian son of an Armenian, Armenian sperm, and Armenian bastard in Turkish. And note the genealogical, racialized, in fact even racist wording here. He remembers having an Islamic lifestyle during his childhood in Malatya in the 1940s. He knew nothing about his family's past until he was 16, when a friend made fun of him by calling him dönük, a Turkish adjective meaning turned, often used as a label for converts. I quote, "I felt like I'd been shot in the heart," recalls Aharon, "and I ran home to my mother asking for explanations," end of quote. A few days later, his uncle called him after the Friday Islamic prayer and asked to, I quote again, "promise not to tell what you will hear now to anyone, and that for at least 25 years," end of quote. And he told him about their Armenian origins and history of Islamization. Nevertheless, Aharon continued to self-identify and live as a Turkish Muslim, but he was still to experience a whole series of lineage-based discriminatory acts after that first insult of dönük in high school. When he applied to the military school, he was rejected for no obvious reason at all, and was eventually told that he had, I quote, "Armenianness in your genes," as an explanation. "Genlerinde Ermenilik var." Still not giving up on his will to be welcomed into Turkishness, he studied Turkish language and literature in a university in Ankara. He later joined leftist political movements, still not identifying as an Armenian, and was jailed for his political activities in the 90s. In 2006, already 61 years old, he suffered a third discriminatory blow, which became a decisive turning point for him. A friend showed him a news piece on a Turkish nationalist newspaper where his name appeared on a blacklist of pro-Kurdish political activists. Unlike everyone else, though, he was given an additional epithet, Ermeni Dölü, Armenian sperm in Turkish. That is when he realized, as he told me, that his Armenian heritage was inescapable, and finally decided, under the pressure of lifelong racist categorization, to internalize Armenian identity and call himself Aharon, drawing on his great-grandfather's Armenian name. Ancestry-based discrimination was thus a key factor, convincing him that he could never fully become a Muslim Turk, and that what counts, after all, is his öz in Turkish, meaning essence, his ırk, meaning race, his genes and genealogy, rather than his religion, political belonging, and even self-identification. He was the grandson of Aharon, whether he wanted it or not. Origin or ancestry-based anti-Armenian discrimination is a generalized phenomenon that has targeted almost all of my Muslim or Alevi Armenian acquaintances. The state knows it, has been often said to me by many, devlet biliyor, arguing that the state has information about people of Armenian descent. Apart from Aharon, at least 2 other interlocutors told me that their applications to the Turkish army had been rejected only because of their Armenian ancestry. As shown by historian Taner Akçam, the practice of monitoring Armenian converts had started at least in the late Ottoman period during the genocide that led to most of those forced conversions. But it continued during the Republican years as well. Turkish researcher Nevzat Önaran found important documents from within the Turkish Prime Ministry State Archives dating from the 1920s and 30s, which revealed the occurrence of, I quote, secret population censuses, counting citizens who were, I quote again, not of the Turkish ırk, using the word ırk there, translatable to race, and had converted to Islam in the immediate aftermath of 1915. Let us also not forget the statements by former president of the Turkish Historical Society and former member of the Turkish Parliament, Yusuf Halaçoğlu, who claimed to have a list of the names and details of Armenian converts in 2007. Moreover, the Armenian origins of descendants of Islamized Armenians are often not unknown to the population of the villages or towns where they currently live, especially in remote areas in the eastern provinces. Many of my interlocutors spoke about what they called mahalle baskısı, neighborhood pressure, on the part of local quote-unquote older Muslims, Turks, Kurds, or Arabs, who would not shy away from occasionally reminding them of their Armenian soy, that is, lineage. In this way, although some scholars perceive the Islamization of Armenians as part of a project of de-Armenizing them, and although the Islamizers themselves might have aimed to de-Armenize and Turkify the converts, somehow neither the Islamized Armenians nor their progeny have been really and completely de-Armenized in the minds of the state and seemingly in the minds of large swaths of society in Turkey. Paradoxically, this project of de-Armenization has faced some resistance by an anti-Armenian racism deeply embedded in post-genocidal Turkish state and society, which has systematically kept track of the lineage of otherwise quote-unquote once Armenians following the religious categorizational or Lausanne logic, making sure to exclude them from the nation despite their apparent eligibility for the title of Turkishness because of being Muslim, and reminding them of their Armenianness every now and then. Thus, Armenianness and Armenians, in their religious diversity, have been and are subjected to distinct but parallel regimes of discrimination and minoritization in post-genocidal Turkey. Whereas in the case of the Christian Armenians, religion is used as the primary tool for exclusion and otherization, it is soy, lineage, and ırk, race, for the Islamized Armenians playing that role, on both popular and at times even institutional levels. Whereas the Christians are labeled and stigmatized as gavurs, that is infidels, descendants of Islamized Armenians are perceived and treated as gavur olus, that is sons of infidels. It's important to note that these two regimes are not mutually exclusive though. On the contrary, they are both put into practice against both the Christian and non-Christian Armenians, but to different extents. Though mostly discriminated against based on their religious alterity, a closer look into the experiences of Christian Armenians reveals racist treatment and racialized conceptions of Armenianness, again, pis Ermeni, dirty Armenian, and even farcical stereotypes among children, such as the one about Armenians having a tail, which is a stereotype more commonly linked to the Kurds, are examples attesting to, again, a blood-based, body-based, biologistic, essentialist type of Armenophobia, of which Christian Armenians are not completely exempt either. Even the state, although officially otherizing them only as non-Muslims, and legally considering them as quote-unquote Turks, since according to the constitution, I quote, everyone bound to the Turkish state through the bond of citizenship is a Turk, end of quote, in certain instances switches its tools of inclusion-exclusion into more essentialist and racist ones. The legal condition of assigning Türk asıllı of Turkish origin vice principals to Armenian schools in Istanbul is just one example that discriminates between Armenians and Turks on the basis of lineage. On the other hand, the Muslim Armenians are not exempt from, and this is a paradox, religious discrimination either. It's just that in their case, religion and its conception are also somehow racialized. In fact, Gavur is just one step away from Gavuroğlu, and many descendants of Islamized Armenians are also called Gavur and have their allegiance and belonging to Islam questioned or rejected only because of their ancestors' Gavurluk, that is infidelity. Gavur Hasan, Gavur Ahmet, Gavur Mehmet are a few examples of Muslim Armenians having clearly Islamic names but singled out by the label Gavur. Similarly, the word dönme, meaning convert, is also used for descendants of converts, thus making conversion, religion, and the associated discrimination somehow hereditary as well. The parallel working of the two regimes of religious and racial exclusion appears most clearly in the following scheme. Using the racial genealogical regime of exclusion, a Muslim or Alevi descendant of a Christian Armenian is declared a Gavuroğlu, then Gavur because of their ancestry. Now, once categorized as a Gavur, the religious regime of exclusion is already there at work. Thus, it's like one has no way to belong. These observations raise further questions about the workings of Turkish exclusivist nationalist thinking, about the construction of Turkishness in relation to its many others, and about the extent, various forms, and manifestations of racialized thinking in the country. Questions perhaps worth digging deeper and with further rigor, especially at the turn of the Turkish nation-state's first century. Thank you for your patience.
Ama şimdi geliyor. Tamam. Çok teşekkürler Hırak.
Thank you very much, Hrant. This was a great presentation. Special thanks, particularly because I myself work on racial discrimination, because your study once again confirms that a Turkish nation state was built on top of racial discrimination, and this is rather a racialist space. And we have actually had some headlines in newspapers when for the first time a district governor was of Armenian origin from Turkey. It was such a big news that it made headlines because it was happening for the first time in the history of the Republic. So happy man who says I'm a Turk is not necessarily a sentence of joy, but it's actually a warning, and we should be abiding by this warning, obeying this warning. So this was a very precious presentation. Thank you very much for your contribution, Hrant.
Merhaba.
Yedinci paneli.
So, welcome to panel 7. My name is Samim Akgönül. First of all, allow me to thank Hrant Dink Foundation and congratulate them for this wonderful conference. Mehmet, Teni, and Katya, they really worked a lot for me to be here, and I'd like to thank them personally for everything. We will be talking about minorities at the margins. In 2015, a French Roman director, Tony Gottlieb, in the screening of his film, the Minister of Culture said, "We'd like to thank you for showing us the France at the margins." And Tony Gottlieb said at the premiere, "Mr. Minister, we are at the center, whereas you are at the margins." And yes, I remember his name, but I do not remember the name of the Minister of Culture. So it seems as if Tony Gottlieb was right. So this concept of margins is something that needs to be considered with great attention. We have 3 speakers in our midst. The first one will be talking about the Roma policy in Turkey, and this will be a duet, so to speak. Pınar Sayan, I guess she's joining us online. She teaches at Beykoz University at the Department of International Relations, and she's a researcher as well. And previously, she visited as a visiting scholar Cambridge University, Stockholm University, Royal Wallenberg Institute, and she was also the director of the Imagine Center for Conflict Transformation, and she was an editor of Caucasus edition of Journal of Conflict Transformation. And at Columbia University, she was part of the Alliance for Historic Dialogue program. She focuses on conflict resolution, human rights, minority rights, and so on. And she also focuses on nationalism in European politics, building of peace, and the role of local and international actors in conflict resolution. She's also joined by Elmas Köçkün. We are also joined by her, and she's a trainer at a community center in Izmir. She studied history at Uşak University, and her thesis is based on the Roma population during the Greek population exchange with Greece, and she focuses on the history of the Roma as well. We'd like to thank both our speakers, and I think Pınar is going to start first, and then Elmas is going to take the floor. Over to you, Pınar. Hello, and thank you. Now, today with Elmas, we will be presenting to you the work that we have been carrying out for the last couple of years. We will be looking at the Roma policy in Turkey, but let me tell you a few things about what this concept entails and how it's interlinked with what is going on in Europe. The Roma are present on all European nations, and wider Europe, that is to say, in Caucasus, in Russia, and so on and so forth. And obviously, they are called Manush, Sintis, Kaltia, Gypsy, depending on the country that they are in. They have similarities between themselves as well as differences as well. The most common similarity is culture, the way of life, and language. The biggest difference is usually sect-related, religion-related, and again, linguistic differences. When we look at the Roma in Europe, the number is around 15 million. From that point of view, I think they are the biggest minority in Europe today. But when we look at it, we see that in every country that they live in, they are always one of the most disadvantaged groups in the countries that they live in. And this has been a historic fact. This has been going on for years in the Russian Empire, Ottoman Empire. Relatively speaking, maybe they had better conditions, some groups at least. But when we look at it, we see that there's a structural and corporate discrimination against the Roma, and there's violence that is inflicted on them as well. There are extreme examples, such as up until the mid-19th century, the Roma were slaves, and Holocaust also targeted the Roma, and this was not acknowledged for a long time in Czech Republic. Up until the 1,000 Roma women were forcefully sterilized, and the Roma after the Second World War, especially, started a Roma civil rights movement, and they had certain demands. They started to organize, and especially this was quite strong in Germany up until the 80s. The courts in Germany turned down any demand for restitution, but then there was a Congress that was organized, and they wanted to adopt the name Roma, and it means human in Romanesque language, and these people sort of decide to use this word rather than derogatory terms. There are so many different terminologies in the literature. That's why we use the word the Roma or the Roman. Now, when we come to Turkey, from a historic point of view, the Roma, a vast majority lived under the Ottoman Empire, and after the founding of the Republic, Turkey became the country with the highest number of Roma people. We don't know the exact numbers today in Turkey, but we're guessing that there might be up to 5 million Roma in Turkey. So what are the different groups in Turkey? And all of this is based on observation, but let me share some insights with you. In Turkey, Rom, Dom, Abdal, these are the three separate groups. Roms are usually in the west of the country, in Marmara, in the Black Sea region, Aegean coast. Loms are eastern Black Sea, and Abdals live in the mainland Anatolia. Roms and Doms, they have their own, they have their own language as well that is quite similar to one another. So we use that phraseology for them, but of course, every individual may decide to or wish to define themselves with different phraseologies. A Dom may not see themselves as Roman, and so on and so forth. And Turkey, the Roma are not recognized as an official minority, but I've been working in this area for 10 years, and my observations, Elmas's observations, attest to the fact that they do not see themselves as a minority either. And most of the time they say, we were brought in by Atatürk, we're an essential component of this nation. I'm a Turk first, a Muslim first, and then Roma. So the word minority is usually associated with non-Muslim populations and sometimes with separatism. That is why they distance themselves from the word minority. The Roma today are scattered all across Turkey, but they are beset by social ostracization and many problems. And here's our argument. We look at state policies and we see that either the state is sort of trying to get them to toe the line or remain indifferent to them. And there are three periods that we need to focus on. Elmas is the historian in our team, so she's going to tell you about the early Republican period, and then I will tell you about how things change in the 2000s. So Elmas, over to you. Thank you. This is Elmas, and actually there will be a bit of a repetition during this presentation. Just like Pınar said, I will be focusing on late Ottoman period and early Republican period. Roma, they're the largest minority group in Europe for centuries. They also lived within the Ottoman Empire, and once the empire came to an end, the republic was founded, and as such, the Roma became one of the biggest minorities in Turkey. But from a historic point of view, in order for us to understand Turkey's Roma policy, first of all, we need to take a look at the Roma policy of the Ottoman Empire. In the Ottoman Empire, the Roma usually in their state documents, it said gypsy or Kupti, and the etymology of these words is another debate entirely. And in our article, we gave some information, but today we're not going to particularly focus on that. Roman communities have different names, and Manush, Sinti, Kalu, Kalderash, Mıtrı, Peripatati, Abdal, Poşak, Karachi, and so on and so forth. And these are names, pejorative names given by the dominant quarters of the society, such as gypsy. But in our work, we use the word Roman because Romanesque speaking people define themselves as Rom, Roma, Romni, and this means human or man. And also in 71 there was a Roman Congress, and again a decision made there is reason for us to use this phraseology. Now, Roma in Turkey, they can be described as a minority, obviously, but the Republic of Turkey, just like the Ottoman state, in line with the Lausanne Treaty, only recognizes as minorities non-Muslim populations, and as such, Gypsies, Romans do not have the status of being minorities, and certain Roma people do not like the association of the word minority. That's why they shun that phraseology. They define themselves as Turks first, and then Muslims, and then Roma. That's how they usually do it. And let's take a look at the Roman policies of the Ottoman Empire. In the Ottoman archives, we see that there are thousands of documents pertaining to the Roma community, but for the purposes of our conference, we wanted to look at certain documents that give us an inkling about the state policy. And to prevent the immigration of Roma, there are certain decrees and certain tax regulations, and we wanted to take a look at those. The Ottomans usually precluded the Roma from migrating from one place to another because the nomads cannot pay taxes. It's difficult to tax nomads, so that's why they wanted to prevent them from immigrating from one place to another. And also, for them to be economically viable, they had to settle down and they had to pay their taxes. And just an example, in the 15th and 16th centuries, the Roma are actually registered as Christians, but this changed over the next couple of centuries. The Roma adopted Islam, and they became Muslims and registered as Muslims, and the Ottoman Empire does not allow Christian Roma and Muslim Roma to live together. Muslim Roma living with Christians had to pay a Haraj tax, which is only usually paid by the non-Muslims in the Ottoman Empire. And actually, the political status of the Ottoman Empire shaped the policies of the state vis-a-vis the Roma. And after the Balkan Wars, for instance, Turkishness was adopted. The concept of Turkishness was adopted, and at that time, the Ottoman state was trying to send minorities abroad, and also received immigration from the territories lost. So this mutual wave of immigration culminated in the 1913 Istanbul Agreement between Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire, and this was a voluntary population exchange. And after this agreement, certain Roma groups wanted to come to Anatolia, but the state labeled them as non-Muslim gypsies and prevented them from entering the country. And in the final period of the Ottoman Empire, we have also the legislation on settlements. Congress of Union and Progress, CUP, introduced this legislation, and it's important to know about this because in the first part of this, there's a list of people who shall not be allowed to enter the country, such as people with leprosy, physically impaired people, beggars, anarchists, and gypsies, for instance, in the list. So all in all, the CUP government wanted to ban the entry of these quote-unquote problematic groups or people, and these are not allowed entry into the country. But let's also talk about the early years of the Republic, shall we? The newly established Republic of Turkey also had some documents that pertain to population and immigration. And in 23, there was a population exchange agreement and protocol, and the Roma were actually included in this population exchange. And as far as Turkey is concerned, the fact that the Roma are included in the population exchange was because, because of the insufficiency of the population in Turkey, and secondly, the incoming people could always be put to use as labor, and also these Roma were Muslims, and these people were registered as Kıpti in the official documents, and after the population exchange, in correspondences and in state records, in petitions, there are certain problems that are mentioned that Roma people experience, such as not being able to settle down, unemployment, and sort of fleeing the region where they are put. And yet another document that we looked at was the, again, settlement legislation and minutes of meetings in the parliament. Again, these include discriminatory language about the Roma. I do not wish to take too much of your time because Pınar is going to complete what I have started. So both the Ottoman Empire and the Republic of Turkey always questioned the nature of the Roma, and they saw the Roma groups as people who can be manipulated, who can be put to use due to according to certain wishes. And there are three types of policies: ignoring them, shaping them, and putting them to use. I mean, these are the three categories that we have observed throughout history. So over to you. Thank you, Elmas. And actually, let's now move to year 2000 and beyond. This may look like a giant leap, but in this intermediary period, there was not a systematic state policy. But after the 2000s, again, in line with EU accession talks, certain things started to change, and I will get to that. But before that, let me tell you what we mean by problems of the Roma. Starting with the 2000s, we started to witness academic studies, and there was more awareness about what these communities experienced. And one thing that needs to be outlined is as follows: after decades of policies of settlement, this did actually happen in Turkey. But these people live in ghettos or in temporary dwellings, and these dwellings are sometimes concrete, whereas sometimes they're like shacks made out of metal and cardboard. And in these dwellings, in these Roman neighborhoods, you don't have utilities like sewage, electricity, water, or public transportation. I mean, these are infrastructure problems that they experience all the time. And also there are environmental risk factors such as polluted water reserves or settlements near landfill area. And in addition to these unregistered dwellings, registered ones are expropriated, and many of these places are dealt with in the framework of urban transformation, and the dwellers in these areas are pushed out of the city. Sometimes buildings built for them does not suit them. An example is Sulukule. In 2006, an urban transformation decision was made, and there was a huge resistance, but the destruction of Sulukule could not be prevented. And so these Roma communities were expelled from the neighborhood of Sulukule. And of course, you have implications of this in education. You have Roman neighborhoods and Roman schools. Maybe you've heard about them too. And many studies reveal that these schools, the physical infrastructure of these schools are not sufficient. On top of that, the education quality is low, and teachers do not want to work in these schools. And in many of these schools, you have 100% Roman population in terms of pupils, and there's a lot of truancy and low levels of participation and due to discrimination. And many Roma people collect scraps or paper. Some are florists, some are musicians. These are precarious jobs, low-income jobs. And in addition to those, some make baskets, and some work with tin. You know, some of these jobs are becoming increasingly unneeded in today's society, and many of these people are subjected to discrimination. Especially after the pandemic, we have seen a deepening of the problems that the Roma face. And as a result, there is this deep poverty that these people found themselves in. In terms of healthcare, I think there has been an improvement. In terms of access, there has been some improvement, but due to environmental factors, due to the fact that they have heating problems, clean water problems, and discrimination they face, and for women, problems such as multiple pregnancy actually affects the populations negatively, and pogrom and lynches, these are at the extreme end of the spectrum perhaps, but when we look at the documented examples in the 70s in Çanakkale, in Bayramiç, in 2013 in Iznik, there were actually attempts to lynch certain Roma people. These were cases of collective violence, and the public officials fell short of intervening, and people were pushed away from where they lived. And in the Selendi incident, that only in that case particularly, the court recognized what happened. Now, how have state policies been shaped? Let's now take a look at that. As I said previously, these problems up until the 2000s, I mean, none of these problems were visible, but at the beginning of the 2000s, in line with Turkey's EU accession bid, this was put forward as a prerequisite. Minority rights, or you know, respecting minorities, this was put on the agenda for Turkey, and the EU had a direct impact on Turkey's Roma policies. Just like Elmas indicated, the settlement law was replaced with an updated version, so discriminatory phraseologies were done away with, and you know, in the directive for police officers, there were certain changes as well. Languages were changed, or laws were changed, and discriminatory language against the Roma were taken out of these pieces of legislation. And there was you know, there were a series of initiatives in Turkey, and the Roma initiative was one of them, in addition to the Kurdish initiative. And the Roman civil society emerged as a result, and there was a draft document that was prepared, and the EU actually wanted Turkey to create a national strategic document and an action plan as well. But actually, for long years, this document was not made public. This policy was not adopted by the government until the visa liberalization process. As you would remember, at the time of Prime Minister Davutoğlu, this was a priority for the Davutoğlu government. And as part of the visa liberalization, one of the conditions for the EU was to launch these documents officially. And for the first time, the Roma, in the program of the 62nd and 64th government in between 2014 and 16, these documents were published for the first time. Strategic documents and also the action plans were launched for the first time between the years of 16 and 21, but there was not an overlap with what the civil society prepared. This was a bit of a disappointment, and it was not budgeted. The budget was supposed to come from IPA2. There was this project called Siroma, and it was tied to that, and this was an EU project, and things were done quite quickly. There was a coup attempt in between as part of that project. Mediators were employed, studies were carried out, but the study design was under a lot of criticism, and the studies, I mean, there is no website of these studies. We don't know what the findings are. We have a difficult time accessing the outcomes of the study, and things happened really quickly. Some of the policies were to be maintained, it was said, but that was not the case. So the Roman civil society criticized all these factors. Now, when we talk about the Roman civil society, actually, this is quite interesting because up until 2004, the Roma or Roma/Gypsy, I mean, no association could use this word So up until 2004, there were no formally established civil society orgs. But in 2020, we see that in 34 provinces, there are more than 36 such. No, correction, 336 orgs that were established, and there are different reasons why. If you're interested, maybe we can get to that in Q&A, but the fact that this number has gone up so much is because of the organization between the Roma, but also it created a lot of polarization as well, because the state, like I said previously, did certain things because of the EU anchor, and the Ministry of Family, knew nothing about these neighborhoods, Roma neighborhoods, so they wanted to use these orgs to penetrate into these neighborhoods, or through municipalities. They wanted to receive support and information as to what was going on in the neighborhoods, especially before the elections. AKP and CHP are the two parties that are favored by these civil society orgs, and again, the EU wants to increase political participation. This is always mentioned in the progress reports, and for the first time, an openly Roma MP was elected in 2015. In 2018, Cemal Bekle was elected as MP in Izmir, and this really increased the polarization. So either AKP or CHP, now that these two political parties had openly Roma MPs, but in 2023 there was no such Roma candidate fielded and or elected. And right now, I talked about the quote-unquote Europeanization period, but now we are going through a Europeanization period. So what is the state doing at this time? What are the state policies? Actually, since 2020, an EU project has been running, but that's to raise awareness with public officials. It's not intended for the civil society. Since 21, on the 8th of April, the Roma Day is celebrated, observed. Certain organizations or certain events are organized, and finally, at the beginning of this year, in 2023, a strategic document was published for 7 years, and the first action plan was also published as well. And in addition to the goals set previously, localization is emphasized in this document, and there are certain interesting articles in this document. In the previous strategic document, we didn't have any of these, but it says here, the Directorate of Religious Affairs is to reach out to the Roma populations to offer pastoral services to them. So to establish units to bolster the family and support the youngsters in Roma neighborhoods. And one of the intended outcomes is to target youngsters and to make sure that they're youngsters who love their country and who have a sense of citizenship. And for Roma students, visits to the Çanakkale Memorial, for instance, is yet another outlined idea. But what is more interesting is organizing privacy meetings at Roma neighborhoods, but it doesn't say, the document doesn't say anything about the content of these trainings. So for the first time, we are seeing attempts to make sure that the Roma population embrace so-called local and national values. So as we have tried to summarize, the state's Roma policies have oscillated between overlooking them entirely and also trying to reshape them, remold them when the need arises. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz bu.
We would like to thank our both panelists for this excellent presentation. Our second panelist is Hrant Çağatay, and he will talk about last people in the Centennial of the Republic of Turkey. He is a graduate of the Turkish language and literature at Marmara University in 2006, and he is one of the three authors of the last Turkish dictionary, and he is one of the editors and authors of Centennial, which was published in Laz and Turkish languages, and he also worked as the editor-in-chief of Tanura, a Laz and Turkish magazine. He's one of the founders of the Lazika Publishing Collective. Since 2011, he has been carrying out various researches and panels about the last activist, Iskender Çiştaşi, who was killed in 1938. And he founded the newspaper Ahane Murutsi, the New Star newspaper, in 2013, which is the very first newspaper in Laz language. And he's currently preparing a publication, a book on Laz nationalism in the last periods of Ottoman Empire, which will be soon published by İletişim Publishing. Over to you, İrfan Çağatay. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation for this insightful conference. I'm very sorry for my hoarse voice. I'm a little bit ill. Today I will be talking about a topic that everyone has some bits of information, but actually no one has full grasps of Laz people, their identity, and practices about Laz people. I have actually a very long paper, but I will not be reading it entirely. First, I would like to introduce you the Laz people, the Laz community. So they are living across the eastern Black Sea region, so on the coastline surrounded by the sea and mountains all the way to the border with Georgia. So they were settled in this area throughout history. They use the Laz language. This is a South Caucasian language. It is quite kin to the Georgian language. In Turkey, we don't have extensive knowledge about South Caucasian language because people would actually remember of the Caucasian languages in relation to Circassian. So these languages are mostly spoken in Georgia, and the Megrel language is quite similar. Some people actually describe Laz as the families or relatives, distant relatives of Megrels. So the Laz community, that they came under the Ottoman Empire with the fall of the Laz Empire, and they have lived in this area throughout the history, but of course under the mandate of Constantinople, and they were Islamized after the end of the 16th century. And in the last period of the Ottoman Empire, particularly together with the Ottoman-Russian War of 1877-78, this region constantly changed hands between the Ottoman and the Russian Empire. And Batumi was the main center of Lazistan, but this was captured by the Ottomans, so they actually relocated their capital to Rize, and they established the Sancak of Lazistan. So the last people, concerning their native language or themselves, they have not actually worked a lot on their identity, on their language. They have not really produced much about their language. But at some point, they established the Laz Student Society in Istanbul, that was established in Istanbul. And around this time, the area between Batumi and Hopa remained under the rule of the Russian Empire after 1877. So that's why in Hopa the last people got organized and they had more pro-Russian stance. And during the armistice periods, for the first time, they had the nationalist ideals. Ahmet Tevfik Bey, for instance, is from Fındıklı. Ahmet Tevfik Bey was the first one who talked about the right to self-determination, which was a highly debated topic at the time. So Ahmet Tevfik Bey proposed that the last people should also seek their right to self-determination. But we need to note that the last people did not have a very big population in the Ottoman Empire, so he cannot find many supporters for his idea. And then there is this Lazistan Freedom Committee. They actually organize among themselves, and in 1929 they published the very first Laz language newspaper, the Red Star. So this is the first written text in Laz language, Red Lazistan. Prior to that, the Laz people did not really record their culture in written language. Previously, there were some Europeans who tried to put the Laz language, and actually the first example was done by an Italian linguist in 1790. During the Soviet Union, there was a certain character, a communist person, Iskandar. He is also a linguist and a pedagogy expert. So thanks to him, under Soviet Union rule in Abkhazia, he opens some schools in the 30s, particularly in Batumi and Skumi. So these are the schools providing education in Laz language. So these schools continue operation until 1938, but then Iskandar Titash was executed because of a change of policy in the Soviet Union, and those people who were concentrating on Laz language, they were forcibly displaced to Siberia and further to Central Asia. And around the same time in Republic of Turkey, we had the Laz Student Society, and some of the societies in Batumi, they actually merged the Ottoman Lazistan and Russian Lazistan, and they formed an autonomous or independent Lazistan. They wanted to form, so this was an ideal formation of a greater Lazistan, but they couldn't succeed with their goal. They were silenced, they were oppressed before they could ever achieve that. So the Ottoman the last people within the Ottoman territories, they were confined into a great silence, and this continued until 1983. So between this period, between 1933 to 1984, we cannot really find much examples of researches or activities about the Laz people and the Laz language. And in 1984, we see a study from Germany. Some of the Laz people who migrated to Germany as a guest worker, they start writing in Laz language. So they make some efforts and they publish a Laz alphabet in Germany, and this comes to Turkey around 1990s. So in 1993, they have this Laz Renaissance, but only the Laz people know about this Renaissance and not the rest of the world. So there was this so-called Laz Renaissance. For the first time, they started publishing a magazine in Laz language. They also make attempts to form an association, but of course the political circumstances of the time, there was not really quite enabling. But they could still move forward with the journal, and they organized picnics, gatherings, music. Of course, many people would remember the music bands where Kazım Koyuncu was a member, Zugashi. And with the rise of the social media, we can see more activities by Laz people, because previously the Laz people were more active in Istanbul. This is where the Laz community concentrated. But with the social media, people also started to focus on Laz language in other parts of Turkey. So from the 1990s to this day, we had mostly 70 books published in Laz language, at most. Of course, we're talking about a tiny group. This is a very tiny group, perhaps 500,000 or 600,000. This is my estimate, by the way. Of course, we cannot really know because there is no census data. So even if we consider the Laz population to be 600,000, again, only a tiny minority knows and speaks the Laz language. And the number of people who are self-aware of their Laz identity is even smaller, I would say. Only a smaller group has this awareness about their identity. Until the census of 1960s, the Laz people would also be asked their native language, and 64,000 Laz expressed that their native tongue was the Laz language. This was the case during the 60s. But the government recognized the Laz language only in 2013, when elective courses were introduced. Only during this time, the government, the Ministry of Education, made a statement for Kurdish, Zazaki. So the ministry declared to open elective courses in Kurdish, Zazaki, and Laz language, but ultimately these courses in Laz language did not materialize. And of course, there was a certain reaction, and some community members prepared textbooks in Laz language, and they could also start these courses, but they remained as private courses. I have to mention that there are only very few people attending these classes, so only limited to 5, 6, or 10 classes opened. And after 2018, there were very few classes opened. And as of today, we have very few classes offering Laz language classes. And of course, these Laz language courses could be opened thanks to the initiatives of the teachers, because it's actually not an easy task to open an elective course on Laz language. And this is not only the case for Laz language, by the way. So we can see a peak in the number of elective courses in other native tongues, but towards 2018, we see that there's a significant decline. Of course, we're talking about Laz community living in Istanbul, but then there are also, we need to talk about other cities. The role of women, especially with the contribution of social media, more and more women are now writing in their native tongue. They write literary texts. But unfortunately, the language cannot be transferred to the next generation. So we cannot actually transfer our language to our children. And I believe that in the coming century, the Laz language does not really have a bright future. When a star wanes, you might just see the brightest moment of that star, but it will ultimately wane. Yes, we also had this peak period where we had a lot of Laz publications coming out, but of course sustainability or continuity is quite important. In order to ensure continuity in Laz language usage and publications, you need more and more people who are able to speak the language. So that's the reason why we don't have a very bright picture here. Of course, there can be some affirmative action measures in order to support that, and that's all I want to say. Thank you very much for your attention. We would like to thank our panelists for this great presentation.
If I understood well, yes. Dr. Victoria Arakelova, the title of her presentation is The Yazidi Issue in Turkey. Dr. Victoria Arakelova is a professor at the Institute of Oriental Studies in Russian Armenian University in Yerevan. She is also co-founder and associate editor of Iran and the Caucasus International Journal. She graduated from the Faculty of Oriental Studies, Iranian Studies Department at Yerevan State University in 1998 and completed her PhD on Comparative Religious Studies, the Yazidi Pantheon, I think it's the title of the dissertation, in 2003. Between 1999 and 2015, she worked as an associate professor at the Department of Iranian Studies at Yerevan State University. Since 2015, she has been a professor at the Russian Armenian University in Yerevan. She is the author and co-author of several monographs, such as The Religion of Malak Tavus, The Spirit World of the Yazidis, published in 2014, or Ethnocultural Others of Turkey, published in Yerevan in 2021, and of course numerous articles on the Near Eastern non-dogmatic milieu, South Caspian contact zone, and ethno-religious identities. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
I would like to, first of all, express my gratitude to the Hrant Dink Foundation, the organizer of this remarkable event, which I personally would characterize as one of the most topical initiatives and one of the most interesting and, in terms of its scholarly content, academic events. It's an honor and pleasure to be invited here and to present a paper on probably one of the most stigmatized as devil worshippers and thus most vulnerable communities in a huge area, not only in Turkey, but also in the historical motherland of the Yazidis, northern Iraq, Mosul. That is why, speaking on the Yazidi issue in Turkey, we have to constantly refer to a wider region, particularly to the cross-border zones of Turkey, Syria, and Iraq. Besides taking into account that Yazidism, as phenomenon is among the least investigated and enigmatic ethno-religious systems, I will have to also focus on some general elements of the subject. The Yazidis, Yazidiya, or in Kurmanji, SD, it's a Kurmanji-speaking ethno-religious group, have for centuries been part of the variegated map of the Ottoman Empire and then the Republic of Turkey. Despite numerous attestations of the Yazidis in various sources from medieval times, the community life of these people, their identity and culture have long remained among the least investigated problems. Apart their historical motherland, the northern Iraq, northwest Mosul and Jebel Sinjar, west of Mosul, currently the Yazidis are also found in Syria, eastern Turkey, Armenia, Georgia, as well as in Russia and Europe. Almost the entire Yazidi population of Turkey, based previously in a compact settlement in the rural centers of Turabdin, Nisibin, Diyarbakir, Mush, Sassun, and Bitlis, as well as on the upper shores of the Tigris River, has moved to Syria, Germany, or other Western European countries. Discussing the distribution of the Yazidis in Turkey, the catalogue of the ethnic groups in the Republic of Turkey mentions dozens of the Yazidi villages in the frontier provinces bordering on Syria and Iraq, in particular in Mardin, around 25 villages, Urfa, 24 villages, Sirt, 14 villages, Diyarbakir, 4 villages, Gaziantep, 4 villages, and Adiyaman, 2 villages. According to the data presented by the Yazidi Verein in Hanover, 121 Yazidi villages in the region have been destroyed or taken over by their Muslim neighbors in the recent past. Generally, the statistics on the Yazidis are among the most problematic issues. Their concrete numbers have been almost never available. In various censuses, they have often been counted with other religious groups, ethnic or religious or ethnic groups. For example, in the census of the Russian Empire of 1914, the Yazidis of Western Armenia are counted together with the Kazalbashis, while in most of the Soviet censuses of population, except those of 1926 and 1989, the Yazidis of Armenia and Georgia as Kurmanji speakers were identified as Kurds, what naturally seriously distorts the whole picture and presents no reliable figures. Nowadays, the total number of the Yazidis can be approximately estimated to be around 450,000 people. In Iraq and Syria, without taking into consideration mass migration caused by the current Near Eastern crisis, correspondingly around 200,000 and up to 100,000. In Armenia, about 45,000. In Georgia, about 25,000. Russia, from 15 to 20,000. Western Europe, from 50 to 60,000. All in all, not more than 500,000 people. There is no approximate data on the Yazidis of today's Turkey. The Turkish demographic profile of Index Mundi 2019, apart from proper Turks, indicates 19% of the Kurds and from 7 to 12% of other ethnic minorities represented in the country. In terms of religious identity, the source mentions only 0.2% of minorities, mainly Christian and Jews, versus 99.8% of Muslims. In relevant research, information on the Yazidis as a minority in Turkey is also missing. The pro-Kurdish Peace and Democracy Party deputy Ayla Ata gave the figure of only 400 Yazidis currently living in Turkey. Mass migrations and disappearance of whole Yazidi villages have no chance to reconstruct any figure based on the number of villages and their dwellers either. The Yazidis speak Northern Kurdish dialect Kurmanji, but they themselves call their language Ezdeki, the Yazidi language, thus emphasizing their peculiar identity. The Yazidi society is a closed endogamous community with a caste system consisting of the three main components: the clergy, including the castes of the sheikhs and pirs, and the layman murid. Other castes like Kochak, Fakirs, Kawals, Farash, and Kebani have particular functions in the context of the temple service. Most of the Yazidis lead the sedentary life of cattle breeders. The religion of the Yazidis is a unique product of the Near Eastern non-dogmatic milieu, rooted in mystical Islam, but later having totally dissociated itself from the Muslim milieu and became a basis for a principally new ethno-religious identity. Its eccentricity, manifested in numerous non-dogmatic peculiarities, brought the Yazidis the disrepute of heretics and even devil worshippers, and actually doomed the community to constant persecutions in the Muslim environment. The Yazidis themselves call their syncretic religion Sharfadin. They classify it as monotheism, a belief in only one God, Khwade, and his manifestations, the Holy Triad of Malak Taus, the Peacock Angel, Sheikh Hadi and Sultan Yazid. This holy triad coexists with the folk pantheon of deities, holy men, and patrons. The latter are rather elements of popular religion preserved by many Near Eastern peoples than the ground for polytheism. Grouping a niche for Yazidism on the Near Eastern religious map, one should pay particular attention to some of its common features with various segments of non-dogmatic environment. First of all, the heterodox Shia milieu. Dogmatic Shia elements are surprisingly preserved in the tradition as well. The obvious Sufi heritage is, in many cases, reinterpreted in accordance with the proper Yazidi doctrine. The Gnostic content, presents on different levels, requires specific analysis. It is the specific religious doctrine confessed exclusively by the Yazidis determines the basic marker of the Yazidi unique identity. The identity issues remaining also among the most crucial and at the same time problematic for the Yazidi community wherever they live. It is mainly related to the irrelevant definition of the Yazidis as a Kurdish tribe or just as Kurds, despite the fact of often persecution, particularly in the Kurdish environment. Yazidis are an illustrative example of an ethno-religious identity which is based on the unique religious system and specific features solely characteristic of the Yazidi esoteric community. That is, for example, the religious institution of the brother and the sister of the next world, or some others. The Yazidi community is called the Ezdikhana, the adobe of the Yazidis. Once an esoteric term, it is used now as general opposition to other communities, Sirman, Muslims, Filah, Christians, etc. They are specific parameters of belonging to Ezdikhana, which are determined by Farz-e Bratia, the canon of spiritual guidance, confirming itself to certain major prescriptions. The closed endogamous character of the Ezdikhana, which has provided a strong drive to ethnicity and shaped the new identity with a particular ethnic and religious markers. The Yazidis say, Melateman Ezdi, Dineman Sharfadin. My nation is Yazidi, my faith is Sharfadin. And sometimes adding Zmaneman Ezdiki, my language is Ezdiki, that is the Yazidi language. This formula can be regarded as kind of the Yazidi credo, incorporating the main aspects of the group identity. Discussing the Yazidism in its current state, it is appropriate to speak of the unity of the Yazidi religious belonging and their ethnicity, typical of any ethno-religious group, whose self-awareness is primarily based on a non-proselyte religion practiced exclusively within the given closed community, like Druzes or Mandians. As much as Yazidism, as Weltanschauung, determines the general definition of its carriers, the Yazidis, to the same extent, it can be determined by the virtue of the latter. Formulating the main identity markers of the Yazidis, we should take into account that the first two of them are definition ex negatio, ex negation, what is typical of the closed ethno-religious community, having dissociated through their history from particular religious and ethnic environments. Thus, the Yazidis should be characterized as non-Muslim, the religious differentiating characteristics, not Kurds, the ethnic differentiating characteristics, and then as the people of Malak Tavus, for example, this figure actually providing the uniqueness of the cult and one of the community's eponym, the people or the lambs of Sultan Yazid, Barghe Sultan Yazid, The letter is not only representing a member of the Yazidi Holy Triad, but also extending his name to the main eponym of the community. The members of Yazdihana, and therefore the bearers of the esoteric religious doctrine, Sharfadin, and the adherents of the unique code of Farz-e Bratiye. While discussing the Yazidis issue in Turkey, we should approach the issue wider, taking into account the situation in the cross-border zones and sometimes the whole Near Eastern region. Besides, the diachronic view should be also taken into consideration, since it's an essential part of the analysis. Most of the current problems are definitely rooted in the past and are results of century-long pejorative definitions and cliches applied to the Yazidis in the Muslim milieu. The distrustful look of the traditional milieu at sectarians gave birth to numerous derogatory cliches, many of them having survived to nowadays and being employed in various parts of the Yazidi dwelling regions, in Turkey as well. Forming established usages, they often erroneously and broadly characterize quite different sects, but first of all the Yazidis. Full of prejudice accusations are the reports of various missions representatives and notes of travelers. Most of the latter refer, as a rule, to the improbable stories about the sectarians told by neighboring communities. Very often, among the accused were the Yazidis, and the charges applied to the group can be conditionally divided into two parts. First is the breaking of the common Sharia rules and prescriptions, for example, eating unallowed, haram food, drinking wine, non-observance of the Muslim Lent, etc. Most of these charges sound quite reasoned, taking into account that we deal with a group having dissociated itself from Islam centuries ago and acquired its own quite specific religious code and mode of behavior. The second most widespread accusation, a very peculiar one, is of orgies and promiscuity, which has nothing to do with reality and represents a common cliché applied to numerous esoteric sects in the East. For example, at heterodox Shia groups. Apart from the common cliches, the Yazidis through centuries used to bear the epithet of devil worshippers. These imputations of devil worshipping stem from the cult of Malak Tavus, the central figure in the Yazidi pantheon, their character joining both the features of a deity and the fallen angel. Night ceremonies dedicated to the Lord of Darkness, whose descriptions are next to impossible, used to be attributed to the Yazidis as well. At the same time, the tolerance of the Yazidis themselves should be specially mentioned. The Yazidis' morning prayer is more than illustrative here. O Lord, come to help the 72 peoples, to all those oppressed and tribulated, to prisoners and the poor, and only after that help us, the Yazidis. Yet the above-mentioned accusations, particularly that of devil worshipping, are still widespread, and they are easily turned into a kind of justification both for the severe persecutions by extremists and negative and aggressive attitude of the Yazidi neighbors. Some of the most dramatic episodes of the Yazidi persecutions were perpetrated by the Ottoman and the Young Turks. The first mass exodus of the Yazidis from Turkey occurred between 1915 and 1918, when, as a result of massacres by both the Turkish states and the majority of Kurdish tribes of the Hamidian regiment, the Yazidis who inhabited the border territories left the country and found refuge in Armenia and Georgia. The Yazidis' second exodus from Turkey started in the late 1980s and early 1990s, when tens of thousands of Yazidis living mainly in Urfa, Mardin, Batman and Diyarbakir, again under the heavy oppression of both the states and the Kurdish neighbors, were forced to seek refuge in Europe, while many of them were just gradually pushed from Turkey to Syria. Many of the Yazidi villages of the Turkey-Syria borders were deserted, while the most dramatic result of this move is that very soon, with the emergence of the ISIS, the same groups of the Yazidis appeared to be in a hard situation already in the Syrian land. The Peace and Democracy Party deputy Ayla Katata says that some laws passed by the Ottoman authorities are still applied to the Yazidis. In official documents, they are registered as Muslims or non-believers. The Yazidis are often dispossessed of their lands by their neighbors with the connivance of local authorities. Sometimes owners cannot get their land back, even despite the decision of restriction by some courts. In April 2014, the parliamentarian raised the issue also in the context of the securing the right to return to Turkey and to receive compensation for their losses for those Yazidis who had left the country with the second wave of the exodus. Yet the situation since then has dramatically changed to the worse, as the Near Eastern crisis deepened with the rapid spread of influence of the terrorist militant organization of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The Yazidis have turned to be among the most vulnerable groups in all the countries the current war in the Near East has touched. In fact, all the territories of the Yazidi historical residents are within the dominant Islamic population. The Islamic surveillance policy aimed to subjugate the civilian under its control and dominate every aspect of their lives through terror and indoctrination, has resulted in a whole range of crimes committed against these ethno-religious groups: forced conversion to Islam, slavery and massacres, as well as destruction of shrines and annihilations of villages. Stigmatized, the Yazidis, alongside with the extremely negative attitude of their own Muslim neighbors, had to face brutal persecution and mass killings by the Islamic State's terrorist group in the territories covered by hostilities, particularly in Iraq, Syria, Turkey cross borders. I am omitting some facts as well. The situation with the Yazidi refugees in Turkey awaiting their chance to flee to Europe is not less dramatic. In Near Eastern region, which for centuries has been home for the Yazidis, the latter have remained kind of unwelcome neighbors for their surrounding, even in a more or less peaceful period of history. The current turbulent phase the region seemed to go through will definitely result in a crucial change of its ethno-religious map, including the Yazidi segment. This still ongoing confrontation process constantly increases the existential risks for the Yazidi community and the local level of such risks, which is sometimes determined by an insignificant factor as mere neighborhood, may result in the most dramatic peripeteia. Numerous reports of international organizations and researchers of the subject abound with terrific details, both in terms of general analysis of the situation and case studies, interviews. Constant migration of the Yazidis has resulted in a kind of a never-ending process which does not allow these people to finally settle and become an organic part of the milieu they have belonged for centuries. Mass migration, necessity of adaptation to principally new environment, challenges of globalization, all may result in serious transformation in the tradition and the formation of the new syncretic forms of the Yazidi identity. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Victoria, for this very interesting presentation. And congratulations to our translators. It's a very difficult task, you can imagine. So we have some room, biraz vaktimiz var anladığım kadarıyla.
I guess we have some time for a Q&A session.
Hoş geldiniz.
Yes, welcome to the final session of the day. Yes, we will be talking about religion, faith, and minorities. Welcome to the final session of our conference. We have online participation as well. One of our panelists will be delivering their talk online. So I think we're good to go. Let me introduce our speakers to you. First of all, Christopher Sheklian is with us, joining us for this panel.
Liturgy, Ecclesiology, and Minority Rights. Christopher Sheklian is a postdoctoral researcher at Radboud University in Nijmegen, the Netherlands, and he works as part of the Rewriting Global Orthodoxy project in the Faculty of Philosophy, Theology, and Religion. He received his PhD in anthropology from the University of Chicago in 2017. The title of his doctoral dissertation is Theology and the Community, the Armenian Minority, Tradition, and Secularism in Turkey. His published work explores the role of liturgy and law in the lives of religious minorities, migration and emplacement, and the question of secularism in relation to religious minority rights. Currently, he's working on a monograph entitled Liturgical Rights, Armenian Christian Minority Presence in Turkey. The title of his presentation is Liturgy, Ecclesiology, and Minority Rights. So please go ahead, Christopher.
Hrant Dink Vakfı'na teşekkür ederim. Of the organizers, thank you. Thank you to everybody else who is here at the final panel, sticking it out and staying with us. I appreciate it. I'm also really grateful because a lot of the background work for some of the things I'm going to talk about has been done. So you'll see in what I present that I'm very lucky to be towards the end, actually, with all of the conceptual work that's been done. So, without further ado. Easter Sunday 2014, I had the privilege of serving on the altar of the famed Surpgiragos Armenian Church in Diyarbakir. At the time, I was living in Istanbul, conducting ethnographic fieldwork with the Armenian community, especially Armenian Apostolic Christians. The year before I arrived in 2012, the first service in decades had been held at the recently renovated church. Armenians, especially Dikaranegertsis, came from Istanbul and around the world to worship in the massive church and to affirm their place in the historic central municipality of Sur. At the time, the Kurdish mayor of the municipality, Abdullah Demirbash, supported the reconstruction and publicly advocated for a politics that included minority populations, Kurdish, Armenian, or otherwise, in the history and governance of the city. In this context, the renovation of the church, supported by the still active Vakıf, or Endowed Foundation, now mostly based in Istanbul, took place. The consummation of this renovation was a liturgical act on the pinnacle of the Armenian liturgical year, the day that appropriately celebrates resurrection and new life. After a hiatus in 2013, Easter Sunday liturgy was again celebrated in 2014, when I had the opportunity as a deacon of the Armenian Church to join the contingent sent by the Patriarchate and serve on the festive occasion. During interviews and conversations throughout the weekend, the role of the church in the broader conception of Armenian presence and community in the region became clear. One man, who noted that he was one of the rare Muslim Armenians in the region who could trace his Armenian past through both parents, told me he had made the journey from nearby to attend the service and the broader celebration. When asked about Armenian Christianity, he reiterated he was a devout Muslim. While he had no intention of conversion, he insisted on the importance of Surpgiragos. Crucially, it was not just the physical site of the church as a vakıf or as a gathering place that was important to him. He insisted to me that the Patriarchate should assign a permanent priest to the church. For him, even as a Muslim Armenian, sacramental and liturgical activity at Surpgiragos remained the fullest manifestation of Armenian presence in the city. Only through this liturgical activity and presence was the fullness of an Armenian minority form of life in the region possible. Thus, we find in the liturgical activity of the Armenian Apostolic Church and its conception of the Church, that is, ecclesiology, a specific notion of Armenian collectivity, an idea of Armenian community. I want to be clear at the outset that this idea of community, which the paper will attend to with a little bit of theological care, has historically been the normative idea of the Armenian community in Turkey. We can think of Harag's presentation earlier today. Zabel Yasayan's beloved memoirs, for instance, contain a stark episode related to her by her grandmother, so we could place the event in the early to mid-19th century, which demonstrated the power of the Patriarchate to police moral behavior among Armenians. Historical work on the treatment of the Armenian Catholics in the 18th century makes it absolutely clear that an ecclesial demarcation of the Armenian community through liturgy and the sacraments of the Armenian Apostolic Church has not only been a normative project, but often a discriminatory or exclusionary one. Nonetheless, I think there are important reasons to reconsider this liturgical, sacramental, ecclesial conception of the Armenian community on the 100th anniversary of the Treaty of Lausanne and the formation of the Turkish Republic. First, and most practically, most Armenians in Istanbul continue, at least nominally and through the minimal participation in the sacrament of baptism, to be affiliated with the Armenian Orthodox Church, Apostolic Church. Attention to the role of the Church, its dynamics, and the actual mechanisms by which the theology and practice of the Church constitutes a community provides a crucial starting point for understanding the lives of these Armenians. Such attention also offers a better grasp of the current role of the Church in the landscape of contemporary Armenian politics of Turkey. Slower. Okay. Accounts that ignore the actual theology and liturgy, to say nothing of polemical dismissals of the institution, risk an impoverished grounding for understanding, both for understanding and political action. Second, as is frequently noted, the only explicit mention of minorities in the Treaty of Lausanne, and therefore the only minority groups that have a clear legal claim in the juridical framework establishing the Turkish Republic, are religious minorities, namely non-Muslim minorities. This is where I get to benefit from 2 days of conceptual work on this topic. Thus, how to demarcate, define, recognize these groups is arguably the foundation of all minority politics in the Republic. This paper argues that the liturgical, sacramental, and ecclesiological self-understanding of the Armenian Apostolic Church is in tension with the legal guarantees of religious minority rights as set out in the treaty. These guarantees have not been kept, in part because of outright refusal on the part of the Turkish state to do so, and in part because of the secular legal foundations of the Republic and a broader impossibility of clearly defining what counts as religion. However, the paper suggests that even when guarantees for minority protection based on rights are respected, when they are fully functioning, that there is still something in the liturgical instantiation of an Armenian presence that eludes a politics of minority protection built on the conceptions of rights. In what follows, I first look at the guarantees set out in the Treaty of Lausanne that explicitly take up religion. I point to some of the conceptual difficulties in these guarantees that have allowed the Turkish state to ignore, bypass, or otherwise invalidate aspects of the minority protection regime. Then, I briefly describe the instantiation of a collective Armenian presence through liturgy, grounded in the ecclesiology of the Armenian Apostolic Church. I end by suggesting why this instantiation of presence may elude protection by even the most well-meaning guarantees of rights. So first, let's take a look here at religion in the treaty. And as we've heard on one reading, we could consider the entirety of Section 3 governing the protection of minorities as having to do something with religion, right? As Harag pointed out earlier today, nearly all of the invocations of minority start with non-Muslim minority. So from that perspective, we could say, aha, all of Section 3 could in part be considered about religious rights. So that said, let's take a bit of a closer look. So Article 38 assures full and complete protection of life and liberty to all inhabitants of Turkey without distinction of birth, nationality, language, race, or religion. It goes on immediately to the free exercise of religion and then specifically mentions these non-Muslim minorities. All of the remaining sections, articles in Section 3 begin with references to these non-Muslim minorities. Okay. So, as I've suggested elsewhere, and I'm happy to discuss during the question and answer period, a foundational conundrum for Armenians and other non-Muslim minorities in the Republic of Turkey thus comes into view here. Their protections are guaranteed by reference to their religious difference, yet the near simultaneous foundation of Turkey as a secular country denies precisely that religious difference should matter for politics and governance. So you get to make a rights claim grounded in the treaty because of religious difference, and this comes into tension with other legal foundations of the Republic. And while this conundrum is acute for non-Muslims in Turkey, it's indicative of a broader problem relating to the nature of political secularism and religious difference. What counts as a religious practice? Who gets to decide? Winifred Sullivan has famously argued in The Impossibility of Religious Freedom that ultimately religion is always entangled in juridical processes of definition where certain practices are legally defined as either religious or non-religious and then administered accordingly. Hussein Ali Agrama, looking at the case of Egypt, has defined what he calls the active principle of secularism, whereby we should understand secularism not just as the separation of religion from politics, but the ongoing demarcation of religion from politics and other spheres of life, where the sovereign power to decide that demarcation lies with the state. Often, Agrama suggests, the very indeterminacy of the boundary between religion and politics is what justifies state intervention, thereby deepening the entanglement of the state in questions of religion. Earlier today, we had a very wonderful talk about how the governance through ambiguity. I think this resonates with that idea. So let us consider this in the case of Turkey in light of the minority provisions in the Treaty of Lausanne. The treaty guarantees that non-Muslim minorities in the Republic of Turkey should be able to exercise their own religion freely within any charitable, religious, and social institutions, any schools and other establishments for instruction and education they have established. That's Article 40. We can note two things immediately in this key article. First, there's no guidelines as to what constitutes free exercise or what exactly it is that's to be freely exercised. This is Sullivan's point. In her book, practices at a cemetery in Boca Raton, Florida were deemed idiosyncratic and personal and therefore not part of an established religious practice. Therefore, they were excluded from the protection as a religious practice. In Turkey, collective religious practice has likewise been privileged, in part due to the long-standing recognition of the Armenian Patriarchate as the ultimate authority of the religious and often broader Armenian community. We can point to Ohannes's work, which has been mentioned earlier. Yet at the same time, certain parts of the free exercise of religion have been curtailed. Most notably, we can point to the unofficial ban on the building of new churches, the recent high-profile consecration of a Syriac church here in Istanbul notwithstanding. Whereas the consecration of churches, especially in places where a need for ministry is felt, could be seen as part of the free exercise of religion, in Turkey this has been curtailed. The second thing to note in Article 40 is that free exercise is placed within a set of institutions that are then subject to other laws and regulations. For instance, as I've argued elsewhere, the Vakıf status has been key to certain properties retaining their function as churches. In Diyarbakir, the reconstruction of the church and its reconsecration as a church where liturgy, as the free exercise of religion, could take place depended in large part on the fact that its vakif was maintained even when the building was in disrepair. In contrast, the famous Surphaç Cathedral on the island of Akdamar, without official status as a foundation, is subject to the whims of the Turkish state. Liturgical services take place at what is technically a museum, only through the approval of the Turkish state. Thus, the free exercise guaranteed in Article 40 is, one, unclear as to what constitutes free exercise, and allows for the Turkish state to appeal to other factors, like embedding the idea of free exercise within certain institutions in order to limit that free exercise. Another important way that free exercise of religion is limited is through a caveat immediately inserted into the treaty, the concept of public order, which we see in Article 43. I'm not going to detail this specifically regarding non-Muslims, but I bring it to attention here for a couple of reasons. First, this idea of public order has been used in many contexts to limit worship practices, with considerable scholarly attention, especially on how this has happened in Egypt. Hussein Agrama, for instance, argues that public order is essential to the functioning of political secularism. Further historic research on the deployment of public order, specifically vis-a-vis the governance of non-Muslims here in Turkey, would prove fruitful. I point to the concept in this paper to demonstrate that even within the provisions of the Treaty of Lausanne, there are legal tools that make it possible to circumvent the right to the free exercise of religion. Two other elements in the Treaty of Lausanne dealing with religion connect this legal terrain to arguments made by scholars of the critical study of secularism in other contexts. I point to them here to suggest that the precarious status of religious minorities in the Republic of Turkey is due not only to willful negligence on the part of the Turkish state, but also to structural conundrums at the heart of the concepts of religion, minority rights, and secularism that are foundational for the governance of non-Muslims in Turkey. Article 43 guarantees that non-Muslim minorities shall not be compelled to perform any act which constitutes a violation of their faith or religious observances. So here we see a partial reduction of religion to conscience and to faith as a set of precepts to which one adheres. The critical study of secularism has repeatedly noted this limitation of what constitutes religion, the circumscription of religion to a private sphere delineated by personal faith. Likewise, in Article 42, family law and personal status, aspects of human life and sociality that have broad consequences for collective existence, are placed within the bounds of custom and are given over to the religious. In other words, the secular delineation of the religious from the public and the political includes the relegations of questions of family and gender to the religious. So, thus far I've pointed to parts of the treaty that explicitly deal with religion and the free exercise of religion. We could do more of this, but instead what I'd like to do is think about how that when we consider religious minority rights, the definition of religion and the encounter with secular legal principles already hinders the ability of these minority rights to secure the protection of religious practice. So there's another way here that minority rights as they're delineated in the treaty and the broader rights regime might be insufficient for the protection of what I call a minority form of life, and for constructing a robust minority politics that takes the role of the Armenian Apostolic Church in collective existence seriously. This stems from the conception of the collectivity internal to the Armenian Apostolic Church and what I call the modes of presence-making that disclose this collectivity. Namely, it's not just the free exercise of religion that is important to the instantiation of the Armenian Church, but a specifically liturgical mode of engagement. Armenian ecclesiology and its conception of itself as a church, like many other ancient churches, which include the Eastern Greek Orthodox and the Catholic, is deeply liturgical and Eucharistic. So what do I mean? Let's take an example from a festal Saturday in Istanbul. Saturdays in the Armenian Apostolic Church are reserved for celebrations of major saints. For instance, all 3 days commemorating Saint Gregory the Illuminator are on a Saturday. As you may know, the dozens of Armenian churches scattered around the city mark a late 19th century or early 20th century geography when the population of Armenians in the city was at its peak. Today, there are many churches in neighborhoods where few Armenians live. Yet, as active vakifs, liturgical services are still sometimes held there. Often these are on these big festal days. So for instance, Surp Nishan in Kartal might host services on feasts of the cross. Nishan, meaning sign, is used in Armenian to refer to the cross. So such festal days demonstrate the fullness of liturgical and Eucharistic presence. Armenians come from around the city on pilgrimage, we can say, and the celebrant is often the patriarch himself, or a bishop or clergyman designated by the patriarchate. In the ancient and early ecclesiology of the church, which we get a glimpse of already in the letters of Paul addressed to the house churches in the various cities of the Mediterranean, like Ephes, and which is described in some detail already in the 2nd century by other theologians, all the Christians of the city come together for one Eucharistic meal, partaking of Holy Communion in remembrance of the Lord, with the bishop presiding. Orthodox theologians like John Zizelus have developed this conception of the church, again ecclesiology, where the fullness of the church exists precisely in the common partaking of Holy Communion by all of those present. Liturgical assembly, especially for the Eucharistic partaking of Holy Communion, is thus at the heart of an Armenian ecclesiology that is simultaneously an instantiation of a conception of community. In this ecclesiology, two presences, both metaphorically understood as the body of Christ, are brought together. First, the people, still at this point a collection of individuals, must be present. anyone can come, and any baptized Armenian Apostolic Christian can and should receive Holy Communion. So we see the presence of the people not yet bound together. The second presence, that of Jesus Christ, of God himself in and through the Eucharist, the body and blood of Jesus Christ, is what binds the people becoming the body of Christ. So we have what's a kind of double metaphorical usage of the idea of the body of Christ that perfectly encapsulates this double presence of liturgical activity. You come together to worship and partake of the body of Jesus in the Eucharist, and doing so creates the body of Christ of the Church. So Eucharistic presence, the presence of the divine through liturgy, instantiates a kind of presence of the people through liturgy. So I think I'm a little low on time, and I've been speaking quickly. So in what remains, I want to think about if thinking through a kind of right to liturgy makes any sense at all with this. So we see the rights enumerated in the Treaty of Lausanne coming out of a particular framework for minority rights, which reached their peak precisely in the interwar period. So yesterday, for instance, Fernand talked about the human rights of minorities. Right? This is a different legal regime than what the Treaty of Lausanne has, where minority rights are taken at a collective moment. And we see this throughout the treaty, right? The rights of non-Muslim minorities. They're protected from mostly at a kind of collective level. So given that liturgy is a collective endeavor, we could maybe see this as being protected through the rights that are enumerated in the Treaty of Lausanne. And indeed, we could mobilize them. We can see this in the free exercise of religion and some of these other minority rights. But I want to suggest that the instantiation of liturgical presence actually brings with it the entire theological structure and form of the Armenian Christian, to be in communion with one another, to incarnate Christ in the particular theological understanding of the Armenian Church, to enact the people simultaneously with this particular theological present-making. A rite, even let's say if there was a special rite to liturgy, probably doesn't account for this Eucharistic presence-making. It targets external practices, making sure that religious expression isn't hindered. But it's the full mustering of the Armenian Christian presence in and through liturgy, the full ecclesiological understanding of the Armenian Apostolic Church that's enacted in this liturgy. Even if this ecclesiological delimitation of the Armenian community has its problems, it's important to recognize that a tradition-centered form of Armenian life is disclosed and linked to this liturgical practice. Making present a collective Armenian existence in and through liturgy is a dynamic that's not reducible to the freedom of, say, religious expression, isolated from other aspects of Armenian Christian life. It is the very instantiation of an Armenian presence through liturgy. Neither the provisions of the Treaty of Lausanne, nor really any legal conception of rights, can reasonably be expected to encompass this liturgical presence. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will turn to our second speaker, Howard Eisenstadt. Howard Eisenstadt is an associate professor of history at St. Lawrence University, where he's teaching courses on Middle East history and politics, and he's also a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute. He received his PhD in modern Middle East history from UCLA, where he wrote his dissertation on the interplay between Muslim identity and Turkish nationalism in the late Ottoman Empire and the early Turkish Republic. Eisenstadt also served as a Turkey country specialist for Amnesty International and was the primary author of the Turkey section of the Freedom House annual report between the years 2018 and 20. He mostly writes on contemporary Turkish domestic and foreign policy, especially on the issues of rule of law, minority rights, and the reshaping of political culture under the AKP. So the title of his presentation is On Diversity, Tolerance, and the AK Party, Considering Convergences and Divergences at the Republic's Centenary.
I'd like to first thank the Hrant Dink for the opportunity to be with you today. It's a very special opportunity for me. I've learned a tremendous amount both from the panels and from the discussions after the panels, so I want to thank you all. And I'd also like to thank the foundation staff who've been extremely patient with me this last couple of days. The work I present to you today comes out of a larger project which aims to contextualize the last 20 years in the context of the last 100 years. It's in some sense trying to make sense of where the AKP is within Republican history. It's also sort of my thinking through the debates that are going on in Turkish historiography about post-Kemalism and post-Kemalism and lots of heated discussions there. A couple of notes. The first is that today's presentation is primarily oriented towards the role of a discourse of tolerance in foreign policy, a sort of bookend to a paper that I presented last weekend on US-Turkish relations. And the second is that every time I say the word tolerance, you have to imagine the quotation marks around it, because I'm not really interested in actual tolerance for the purposes of this paper so much as I'm interested in its performative value in foreign policy. And I guess, thinking through, Chris's presentation and that anecdote at the beginning, why do we have these sorts of events over the last 20 years in a way that we didn't prior to that? And what is their value in an electoral situation where non-Muslims don't really matter very much, at least not as voters, and in which the general trajectory of the country has been towards more authoritarianism? Why these demonstrations of tolerance, again, tırnaklar içinde? I'd like to start out by noting that I do not plan to, in this paper, to chronicle the painful story of discrimination of non-Muslims and other religious minorities in Turkey, either now or in the past. For my purposes, those painful truths are given, documented both in the existing scholarship and in the exciting work of the colleagues who presented this weekend. My focus today is on exploring the ways in which the Turkish government has instrumentalized the frequently invoked narratives of Turkey as a haven for religious refugees, as a country, again with quotation marks, with no tradition of racism or discrimination, as a nation marked by a distinctive tolerance. In particular, I'm interested in this discussion in exploring the ways in which the framework of a distinctively tolerant Turkish nation has been instrumentalized, weaponized in Turkey's diplomatic outreach to Turkey's Western partners, in my view, most especially the United States. This effort is what I would refer to as the politics of tolerance in this paper, public demonstrations of goodwill to Turkey's religious minorities as a means of building positive responses in the West. There is, of course, a domestic component to this story as well, and perhaps if I have the opportunity to develop this into a full paper, I'll explore that as well. In the domestic sphere, there are perhaps more fault lines in the story. The narrative of a Turkey free of racism has helped to erase public memory of the 1915 genocide, of pogroms that came before and after 1915, and the long history of discrimination that has shaped Turkish political culture up to the present. What makes the domestic story complicated is that the narrative of a tolerant nation has always been coupled domestically with frequent and varied stories of non-Muslims as natural enemies of Turkey. The frequent fantasies on the Turkish right that Armenians or crypto-Armenians are the secret hand behind the PKK, or the anti-Semitic tropes of an international Jewish conspiracy, a secret hand, as Prime Minister Erdogan framed it behind the Gezi protests. The Turkish narrative of tolerance directed at Western audiences is, in fact, much more straightforward and has been aimed at deflecting criticism and winning support from abroad. It has been, when it works, a particularly effective aspect of Turkey's public diplomacy and has been used frequently for much of Turkey's history. Discussions of the instrumentalization of a narrative of tolerance have been discussed before, most notably in the remarkable body of scholarship produced by Hrant Bali, and also in David Baer's recent monograph, Sultanic Saviors and Tolerant Turks. This paper builds on that scholarship by focusing on the ways that the AKP has since 2002 honed and amplified that tradition. I think it's worthwhile to consider the AKP period in this context because I think the inclination, both on the part of the AKP's advocates and its detractors, has been to focus on the cleavages between the AKP's policies and those of its predecessors. The breaks with the past are self-evident, of course, but I think they are too often overstated. In particular, in its savvy use of the narrative of tolerance as a tool of diplomacy, I see the AKP as less a rupture with the Kemalist past than surpassing it in its effectiveness. The Kemalist tradition has been, in this regard, documented by scholars like Hrant Bali and Baer, and began almost literally at the beginning of the Republic with the inclusion of Chaim Nahum in the Turkish delegation at Lausanne, and perhaps reached its most intense iteration in the mobilization of leading figures of Turkish Jewry to counter Armenian genocide recognition efforts in the 1980s and 90s. As Bali and many scholars after him have noted, the massive public diplomacy associated with the Centennial Foundation was specifically weaponized as part of Turkey's efforts to combat genocide recognition and as part of Turkey's public diplomacy to cement ties with the United States. In its first years, the AKP was particularly effective in leveraging the discourse of tolerance to its political advantage. By leaning into long-standing strategy in new ways, it won plaudits from the West and a considerable degree of popular support from unlikely allies at home. I fear we can be overly cynical in dismissing the liberalism of the AKP's, in quotation marks, liberal phase. Some of its liberalization efforts were clearly to play for Western support against the military. At the same time, I've had the opportunity to interview some of the early leaders of the AKP who were later pushed to the periphery as President Erdogan consolidated power. And it's clear to me that for all their limitations in how they envision the Turkish Republic and all their limitations in how they look at their own legacy, that they were genuine in their hopes for a more liberal, tolerant Turkey under AKP rule, and resent the direction that he took the country as he consolidated his power over the party. If we're going to criticize those former leaders, it is likely that their flaws were less in their vision than in what they did, that they did not have the courage or popular support to stand up to Erdogan as the AKP became more authoritarian. The first 5 or 6 years of the AKP's rule also represented a high tide for its liberalism for several reasons. First, ideological divides within the AKP were still unresolved. The consolidation of the party as an emanation of Erdogan's personal ambition was not yet fixed, and in this context, those figures, most notably Abdullah Gül, who were genuinely sympathetic to a liberalization of Turkish society, still had a role in forming political decisions. That is to say, today's AKP is a different institution than it was 15 years ago. Second, Turkey's ambitions for the EU membership, and failing that, of using EU instruments to move its own priorities forward, remained active at least through 2008 or so. And it's worth recalling in this context that the vast majority of 301 cases that sort of dominated the news cycle in those years were brought by nationalist critics of the AKP, like Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. Anybody remember him? Who is hoping to embarrass the AKP and stymie EU accession process. Third, and perhaps most importantly, the AKP used the positive press generated by liberalization to generate Western support in its efforts to peripheralize the military. As the military became peripheral, it became less important to gain that support. All periodization is somewhat arbitrary, but the end of the era came to a close in the period between 2008 and 2011, when the AKP made its first effective alliance with the MHP. The AKP got the MHP's support for broadening freedom on the headscarf question, central to both the AKP's leadership and its base, while the MHP was able to stem the AKP's support for broader reforms. As Jenny Waite noted at the time, the AKP needed the votes of the nationalist anti-minority MHP in parliament to lift a ban on headscarves. In return, the AKP has announced that it is backing down from its minorities bill that would have had, among other things, returned property and assets that had been confiscated from Christian, Jewish, and other minority religious groups by the state. A later version was eventually passed. By 2011, with the final marginalization of the military from decision-making, and certainly by 2013, when Erdogan accomplished his final consolidation of control over the party in the wake of Gezi, the liberal era of the AKP was clearly at an end. All that said, it's worth noting just how radical a break from the past Turkey made under AKP leadership in its first years, particularly as it relates to treatments of non-Muslims and other diversity-related issues. The first Pride March was held in 2003, and by the end of the decade had become a major event involving tens of thousands, before restrictions were again imposed beginning in 2015. The full list of reforms during the first decade of AKP power is too long to provide here, and is already well covered in the scholarship, but includes the first Protestant church in Turkey, opened in 2007, the restoration of Akdemir Church in Van, and several other important Christian and Jewish religious sites. In 2005, after considerable haggling within the ruling party, the first public scholarly conference of the Armenian genocide was held at Bilgi University, with many who are in the audience today attending then. In 2010, for the first time since 1919, public commemorations of the Armenian genocide were held in Istanbul. It's fair to note that at least some of these reforms had already begun under the pressure of EU accession process under the Ecevit government, and that many of these reforms elicited considerable tension within the AKP itself. Nonetheless, the first decade was a heady one for those seeking a reorientation of Turkish nationalism and a break with the taboos of the past. What I'd like to underline 4 points with regard to the AKP's politics of tolerance and the change in tone that the AKP moved towards in its second decade in power. First, these policies resulted in considerable tensions within the AKP coalition. As Erdogan consolidated full control over the party, the process of reform was more limited, though Erdogan continues to engage in the politics of tolerance to this day. As revolutionary as they seem, these reforms in many respects are less a break from the Kemalist past than a radical enlargement of the politics of tolerance as a means to generate favorable treatment in the foreign press and win plaudits in the West. They reflected less a willingness to break from state nationalism than an eagerness to demonstrate state largesse. The very framing of these reforms as demonstrations of a, quote, Turkish tradition of tolerance highlights how much of these reforms mirrored the language of the mid-1980s and early 90s, when the Turkish government mobilized its presumed absence of anti-Semitism as a way of combating Armenian genocide recognition. 3. The reforms were also a reflection of new media environments sparked by the rise of social media, but the assumption of a central monolithic Turkish culture defined by the state was never really brought into question. The fact that these reforms largely failed to address the interests of Alevis, of Kurds, of non-believing Turkish citizens underlines this. So too does the radical constraints on public discourse imposed in the post-Gezi era, and the extent to which these constraints have changed the domestic environment in the years since. 4. The politics of tolerance was always more about representing Turkey to the outside world, and especially to the West, rather than appealing to domestic audiences. The breakdown of EU accession and the growing distrust of the West after Gezi and the attempted coup of 2016, both of which Erdogan believes were inspired by the West and funded by the United States, is a key component of the government's diminished interest in them. The period between Gezi and the attempted coup in 2016 correspond both to the radical limitations on press freedom and civil society and the full consolidation of Erdogan's control over state functions. It did not, however, end the politics of tolerance so much as cement Erdogan's starring role in it. On major Christian and Jewish holidays, President Erdogan offered his congratulations to the appropriate communities, and uses the opportunity to praise not only their contributions to Turkey, but also, and perhaps more importantly, he could congratulate Turkey's own largesse as a tolerant nation. There has also been an increased focus on demonstrating Turkey's goodwill to Turkish Jewry. The past decade has witnessed the restoration and renovation of a number of synagogues in Turkey, including several in Izmir, one in Kilis, and another in Edirne. This is all laudable, but since there are few, if any, Turkish Jews left in those places, it's worth considering exactly why that has been a focus at all. The answer to this puzzle lies, I think, in Erdogan's personal anti-Semitism and his recognition that he's vulnerable to criticism just on that score in the West. The emphasis on Jewry within the politics of tolerance comes at a time when anti-Semitic imagery has become a mainstay of Turkish state television, seen repeatedly in programs like The Last Emperor, in Erdogan's veiled references to an interest lobby and a mastermind behind domestic dissent, in his obsession with Jewish financier George Soros, and his not infrequent inclination to talk about Jews and Israel interchangeably. It's also evident in the frequent recourse to anti-Semitic tropes in the pro-AKP press. This baseline anti-Semitism isn't particularly surprising, perhaps. He's, after all, very much a child of the Milli tradition. His favorite poet is Necip Fazıl Kısakürek. Aykan Erdemir has written about his high school days, and apparently Erdogan directed and starred in a play called Mason Communist Jew, in which a Jewish agitator poses as a Muslim Turk to incite workers against a factory owner. It concludes apparently with one devoutly Muslim character reciting the moral of the story: all evil regimes are Jewish inventions. If he was doing that in his late teens or early 20s, it's not clear to me how far he's come in the interim. Erdogan regularly states, and may even believe, that anti-Semitism is a crime against humanity and foreign to Turkish culture. It certainly doesn't follow that he doesn't regularly embrace anti-Semitism in his worldview. Many racists declaim their utter lack of racism, after all. Indeed, the politics of tolerance may be a reflection both of Erdogan's awareness that he is susceptible to accusations of anti-Semitism and his fundamental belief that Jews are a powerful secret hand behind much that goes on in the world. So far as I can tell, each and every time that President Erdogan goes to the United States, he has made an effort to meet what are repeatedly described as Jewish leaders. He doesn't do this with other communities. These meetings are typically closed door and are a distinctive element of Erdogan's diplomatic efforts. They are, no doubt, accompanied with fulsome denunciations of anti-Semitism and long stories about Turkey's history of tolerance. And depending on the historical moment, I don't expect it to happen this month, perhaps some general statements of goodwill towards Israel. They are also, from the standpoint of intra-NATO relations, extremely odd. Why should the president of Turkey expend so much time and energy, an hour out of his busy schedule, or a couple of hours out of his busy schedule on a couple of days in the United States, engaging with unelected leaders of a religious minority, particularly one which numbers less than 2% of the US population, and I'm happy to discuss numbers later, less than 15,000 souls in his own country of 85 million. At one level, it reflects a continuity with the strategy going back many decades in Turkish diplomacy, which has posed American Jewry as a useful counterweight to Greek and Armenian lobbies, which Ankara has regularly blamed for its troubles in Congress. And having worked with Congress, the role of minority lobbies on what Turkey's travails in Congress is wildly overstated. It is also an acknowledgement that Erdogan is particularly vulnerable on the question of anti-Semitism. And last but certainly not least, these meetings are a reflection of that very anti-Semitism, of the old anti-Semitic trope of Jewish power, that somehow Jewish goodwill is a necessary key to good relations with the United States. that for all Erdogan fears them, his country's interests are served by positive engagement with Jewish leaders. In this, President Erdogan's reliance on the politics of tolerance is both a continuation and a shift in traditions that have played a role in Turkish public diplomacy for many decades. It reflects not so much an embrace of minorities as a weaponization of the tropes of tolerance for political purposes. It is likely to survive even as the communities that it claims to embrace continue to diminish in their native land. Thank you.
Teşekkürler Howard. Son konu.
Thank you very much, Howard. Our last speaker is Angelo Carlucci, who will be joining us online via Zoom.
Angelo Carlucci has his PhD in political science from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. He successfully defended a dissertation with the title Religious Communities and Politics in Turkey, the Case of Menzil in the Post-2000 Era, which focuses on the relationship between Sufi brotherhoods and politics in contemporary Turkey. His research interests concentrate on the relationship between religion and politics in Turkey, Sufism and vernacular religion in Turkey and Central Asia. Angelo Carlucci'nin sunum başlığı Türkiye'de Alevilerin dini hakları.
His presentation is Alevi's struggle for their rights in Turkey. Over to you.
Many thanks, Ayseja, and I hope that you can hear me. Okay, right. I'm going to share my screen for my presentation, if I can find it. Yeah, just one moment. Okay, here we are. I hope that you can see my presentation because I will present from my computer, so it's better to have a presentation instead of just seeing me. I mean, first of all, thanks you all, because this issue is very new for me, because usually I study about Sufism and stuff. So this is a new opportunity for me to learn about something different. And without losing many other time, I'm going to present. So liberty of observing a religion is one of the fundamental rights and freedoms protected by national and international conventions, both by the United Nations and the United Europe, and it follows that the right to have places of worship is an indispensable element for the realization of this right. The Republic of Turkey fully subscribes this assumption, if only because it participates in institutions and organizations such as the Council of Europe that postulates and defend it. The problem with international convention, however, concerns the difference between the principles expressed in the documents and their practical application. But the issue concerning the rights of minority and their places of worship is particularly pressing in the Anatolian country, especially regarding the Alevis. Sorry, I think it's better. Yes. The issue concerning the rights of the minority and their places of worship is particularly pressing in the Anatolian country, especially regarding the Alevis. Therefore, it describes the hardships faced by this minority, and in particular by addressing the issue of difficulties in the construction and maintenance of their places of worship. I'm sorry, I'm self in the microphone. It's quite annoying. Maybe lower the volume. Can
you try again?
Yeah, I'm speaking. Okay, don't worry. In any case, we were speaking about Alevis, and a few words about the Alevis are required here. Alevism is yet to be defined properly in both social studies and Turkish socio-political reality. It is from time to time described as a syncretic religion belonging to the broader family of Islam, as a religion in its own right, as a culture, or both. Attempts to circumscribe it to a religious or cultural reality have often led to controversy. The present study does not aim to contextualize
Excuse
Alevi's
me,
identity.
Angela and Angelo. Maybe if you turn off your camera, it would help the connection, and try to be close to the microphone. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we were speaking about Alevis, and we were saying that in any case, Alevis have different necessities from that of Orthodox Muslims, especially concerning the places of worship. Indeed, Alevis gather in generally
Excuse me.
and religious celebration.
I think there is something wrong with the audio setups. Can you go to the audio settings and reduce the noise reduction and try again, because we're having hard time hearing you.
Just a moment. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's better.
Lower the noise reduction or no noise reduction.
I already did it.
Are you using headphones?
Yes, I'm using headphones. Wired headphones.
Okay, let's try
Can you
like
hear
this.
me? It's better.
You can keep going.
Okay, it is better right now. Okay.
It seems like an internet problem.
With my connection.
Could you try reconnecting, Angelo? Because we are having a really tough time. Literally, we can't hear anything.
I will try to recognize. Just one moment. Can you hear me now?
It seems similar.
I'm sorry, but I don't know if there is any problem with my connection or with my laptop, but during the test that we did, it was okay. So I don't know.
Now it's better. Maybe sharing the screen lowers the internet, or maybe not sharing it would help. But is it so important for you to share?
Okay. No, it's not so
Let's
important.
try like
It's
this.
better to complete. Yeah. It's
Okay.
better to complete the presentation, and I'm sorry for the technical issues, actually.
Don't worry, please, and go on. Thank you so much.
So I'm deeply sorry for my technical issues, but yeah, it's better to continue and ending my presentation. So we were speaking about Cemevleri, and we were saying that gatherings and religious celebration in Cemevleri are not part of the Alevi tradition, but are a rather recent phenomenon. The emergence of the first of the Cemevleri dates back to the 60s, and it's a product of Alevi's migration to the biggest city. The vertiginous growth of the biggest cities, especially since the 80s, has led to a progressive evolution in the Alevi practices, now no longer observed outdoors or in private homes. Thus, the need to have a place dedicated to the celebration of rites, especially funeral services, has emerged. Cemevleri importance in the eyes of the Levis is not only based on religion. They offer other services in addition to devotional ones, such as courses on Alevi traditions, which represents a space for integration and a reserved place where this minority can socialize. Indeed, Martin van Bruynesen believes that the emergence of Cemevleri and their proliferation has contributed both to the survival of Alevis in an urban environment and to the emergence of a new awareness about Alevis regarding their identity that was getting lost in the new environment in which they were living. But building a Cemevi and maintaining it is therefore a right that Alevis should freely enjoy. But in reality, this minority faces several difficulties in doing so. Indeed, Cemevleri are not recognized as places of worship by the Turkish law, with the negative consequences that this entails. First, it means that it's difficult to find where to build, to construct such buildings. In urban development plans, municipal authorities provide for plots reserved for the construction of places of worship. However, Alevis cannot apply to occupy these plots with a Cemevi because of the limitation imposed by law. Based on the current regulatory situation, the only legal way to build a Cemevi is either by designing it as a building belonging to other nek or a vakıf, it means to an association or to a pious foundation. Many Alevi associations decided to illegally build a Cemevi, even without obtaining the necessary permits, while others managed to build one where the local municipalities turned a blind eye. In Istanbul in 2008, local authorities run by the opposition party Cumhuriyet Halk Partisi decided on their initiative to recognize Cemevleri as places of worship. Further informal measures in this regard were taken in subsequent years, but despite the importance that such openings may have for the local Alevi activists, they do not provide the necessary security or peace of mind that only a formal measure can guarantee. In some cases, the government has intervened stopping the construction of a Cemevi, even in the presence of compliant local authorities. In these cases, activists were prosecuted for illegal buildings or unlawful occupation of public lands. And so local level initiatives are therefore not a solution against the discrimination suffered by the Alevis. The issues of the non-recognition of Cemevleri as places of worship come up again when considering the problem of their maintenance. Running a Cemevi requires continuous financial and professional support, also considering the cost of utility bills, and that it often becomes prohibitively. Hrant explains that some small-scale Cemevleri in Istanbul faces harsh economic difficulties and must stop to carry out their tasks during winter to avoid heating expenses. In this regard, it is worth mentioning that Turkish law guarantees numerous economic benefits to the places of worship recognized as such, including the exemption from paying water and electricity bills. But again, the problem is that Cemevleri cannot access to these subsides because of the limitation imposed to them by law. According to Nazli Özcan, in 2014, the government guided by Ahmet Davutoğlu proposed to expand the law that covers the utility expenses of the Cemevleri, of the places of worship, to include also Cemevleri. While doing so, however, state officials also suggested a distinction between places of worship and prayer rooms, categorizing Cemevleri under the latter category. Even though not actualized, this suggestion showed that the government considered covering the utilities of the utility expenses, of the Cemevleri with the state budget as a bargain to avoid legally recognizing them as full-fledged places of worship. It seemed that the government problem was not the extension of benefits to the Cemevleri, but their designation as places of worship, thus equating them with mosques, synagogues, and churches. A rendition that in the official articulation that could open the way for the depiction of Alevism as a religion on a par with Islam. The reading of this issue was of course rejected by the Alevi activists because the question of extending the benefits according to places of worship to the Cemevleri is not only a question of economic disparity, but above all, a question of identity. Once again, as with other issues throughout history, it seemed that the government was ignoring the religious, social, and political inequalities that Alevism face and that created this situation in the first place. It is requested here, just one moment, to understand how a building can be declared as a place of worship under the Turkish law. The body delegated to decide on such matter is the Diyanet, and which among its tasks is precisely that of administering the places of worship. In this regard, the matter itself is contradictory within the Turkish law as a specific regulation on defining a place of worship and granting such a status to a building. Well, it lacks. Even the Yargıtay, the Turkish Supreme Court, does not provide any further hint on the subject. And so there is no regulatory or constitutional obstacle within the Turkish law that could be established as a legal basis for not granting to the Alevis claim concerning the Cemevleri. On the other hand, the concrete reality is that Omuraydin and Bulut Gürpınar explained that in reality, only the buildings belonging to the three great monotheistic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and of course Islam, are as recognized as places of worship by the Diyanet and may enjoy the benefits guaranteed to them by law. Diyanet position regarding Alevi claim is very clear. Cemevleri cannot be designated as places of worship because Alevism is not a religion in its own right, but a mere interpretation of Islam. Alevis are therefore not entitled to have their Cemevleri recognized as places of worship because they are buildings in which culture and not religious activity take place. Secondly, since they are in fact Muslims, Alevis can pray in mosques. Such an interpretation of Alevism is prevalent within the Turkish state and represents the main line of defense against the Alevi complaints. Due to this hostile attitude on part of the Turkish state and the continued denial of their demands, Alevi activists went the way of the European institution, filing complaints within the European Courts of Human Rights in 2014 and in other times. A few words about European law in this regard are required here. The legal framework that the Alevis refer to in submitting the appeals to the European Courts of Human Rights is based on the European Convention of Human Rights, to which Turkey is also a party, and that protects the right to have a place of worship as an extension of freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. In this regard, the jurisprudence of the European Courts of Human Rights has established several assumptions concerning places of worship. First, the Convention guarantees to a religion such buildings devoted to worship, but does not oblige a member state to provide such structures, not to grant them a special status. But at the same time, the Convention ensures that a state may establish special privilege for a religious community and might grant it a special legal status. But if this special position is granted to one religious community, other religious communities should also be entitled to request the same privileges for themselves. It's therefore understood that whether these principles applies to the case of the Alevis, it would require Turkey to guarantee to other religious communities other than Sunni Muslims the same dignity and equal treatment. In concrete terms, according to the European Court of Human Rights, Turkey should extend the same benefits enjoyed by mosques to the Cemevleri. And this is exactly what happened, because the European Court of Human Rights ruled in favor of the Alevi petitions both in 2014 and 2016, concluding that Turkey violated their freedom of religious and belief. But even in the face of the court's pronouncement, however, the Turkish state has been very reluctant to accept Alevi's claims, thus perpetuating the discriminatory policy that this minority has faced since the birth of the republic, unfortunately. While not wishing to go back over the historical events that have often seen the Alevis treated as second-class citizens, it must be acknowledged here that the issue of the Cemevleri is only a part of a broader range of Alevi demands on the Diyanet and on the government. Such pleas that are almost constantly ignored by Turkish authorities are always inherent in protecting or promoting identity and or religious issues, such as the exemption of Alevi pupils from the compulsory religious courses, or are inherent in demanding respect for the grief suffered by the Alevis as a minority in the course of history, for example, the trials concerning the Sivas massacre. The constant disregard of the state for the Alevis, which persists despite the alternating forces in government, suggests that there is a willingness to ignore their uniqueness as a religious and cultural group, as recognizing them would undermine the homogeneity of the Turkish society. Indeed, for example, Ceren Lord believes that since the beginning of its history, and even more so after the 80s, the Republic of Turkey, through the Diyanet, has pursued the design of homogenizing society by also acting through religion. The Diyanet, a body that was initially meant to establish state control over religion, has thus ended up actively sponsoring Sunnism of the Hanafi school and its spread within the society. Demands concerning identity and religion issues from the Alevis have therefore often been seen as a disruptive force, for which the only response has been the attempts to assimilate this minority within the broader Sunni community, or to ignore each of their instances by downplaying them, as the government did, for example, in 2008 with the failed Alevi Ajleme. The legal struggle initiated by the Alevi activists has enabled them to achieve some gains in the European arena, but despite the favorable decision of the European Court, there is still a lack of internal developments in Turkey. And unfortunately, to this day, the Cemevleri are not recognized as places of worship, and their survival, given also the economic difficulties that Turkey is facing right now, still hangs in balance. Concluding, it must be emphasized here that the importance of Cemevleri for the Alevis is not only as a building per se, but also as a symbol. Besides their religious importance, Cemevleri represents a visible sign of Alevi identity, beliefs, and also their mere existence as a community. It is only thanks to their construction that Alevi's traditional rituals and culture may reproduce in urban settings and avoid to getting lost. Such buildings are also important from a social point of view, as they are often foster a network of communal interactions and fill the gap of inequitable and insufficient public service provisions in those quarters inhabited by the Alevis. If they were to disappear due to economic or legal difficulties, life would be more difficult in the Alevi neighborhoods. And so the recognition of Cemevleri as places of worship and the extension to them of the benefits that come with such status, therefore, is not only a very serious negation of the rights of the Alevis, but also a prejudice that compromises the quality of the daily lives of this minority. Many thanks for the attention, and sorry again for the technical issues.
Thank you, Angela. Evet,
Well, we may start the Q&A session if you wish.